Check 2.
Hello. Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. Allow me to welcome you on behalf of UVU Center of Constitutional Studies and Utah's America 250 Commission to our annual First Amendment Conference. I am Sage Kennison. I'm a student here at UVU and a Wood Research Assistant in the center. The theme of this year's conference is A Revolution in Religious Freedom from the Declaration of Independence to the First Amendment. Our sessions throughout the day will carry us from the American Revolution to the current term of the U.S. Supreme Court. Our first session brings together a collection of eminent scholars from history and political thought of the American founding to consider the impact of the American Revolution on religious liberty in our fledgling union. Moderating the panel is Matthew Brogdon, who serves as the Larry H. and Gail Miller Senior Director of the Center for Constitutional Studies. Joining him is Michael Breidenbach. I said that right? Okay, Breidenbach, an associate professor of history at Ave Maria University and author of Our Dear Bought Liberty, Catholics, and Religious Toleration in Early America. Jane Calvert, a director of the Dickinson Writings Project at the University of Delaware and author of Quaker Constitutionalism and Political Thought of John Dickinson, and Troy Smith, a professor and graduate program director in the Constitutional Government, Civics, and Law here at UVU, and editor of Federalism in America, an encyclopedia. Please join me in welcoming our panel.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for this wonderful invitation. I have been wanting an opportunity to speak about Dickinson and religious liberty for a very long time now, so I really, really appreciate the opportunity. And I apologize in advance. I'm at the tail end of a cold, so please excuse that. John Dickinson of Delaware and Pennsylvania was America's first celebrity and the internationally recognized spokesman for the American cause before the Declaration of Independence. During the same period, he was also the leading advocate of religious liberty in the colonies. It's no surprise. Dickinson was born and raised in a Quaker family, and although he never became a Quaker himself, he adopted many of their causes, the most important of which was liberty of conscience. Since the Religious Society of Friends arose in the 1650s, members had been engaging in peaceful protest and martyring themselves for the cause, suffering beatings, whippings, brandings, mutilations, imprisonment, and executions at the hands of Anglicans in England and Calvinists in New England. No religious group was as persecuted as the Quakers. Their largest colony, Pennsylvania, was the only major American colony with constitutional protection for religious liberty. Quakers had made this a central provision in their Constitution, the 1701 Charter of Privileges, that existed until 1776. The charter allowed Quakers to exercise all the usual political and civil rights that they were denied in most other areas of the realm. To be clear, however, there was not actual separation of church and state in Pennsylvania. Although it's true that there was no established church, since its founding, it had been governed almost exclusively by Quakers who sought to model it on their meeting or church. The same men who controlled the meeting also controlled the legislative assembly, making it the only true theocracy in America. It just so happened that the Quakers' core theological principle was liberty of conscience. It was, they believed, a gateway belief to becoming a Quaker. There were, however, non-Quakers who resented the imposition of the Quaker faith upon them. For John Dickinson's entire political career before independence, he demonstrated himself a stalwart advocate for religious liberty. I'll describe 4 instances of this advocacy, 3 of which have the Pennsylvania Charter at the center. The first came at the very beginning of his career. Dickinson entered the Pennsylvania legislature in the early 1760s, Already a well-respected lawyer known for taking cases to defend basic rights such as liberty of the press, he soon became embroiled in a political controversy about the Charter of Privileges. In 1764, amid ongoing battles with the Penn family, the owners of Pennsylvania, a faction of the Assembly led by Benjamin Franklin and Joseph Galloway sought to abolish the proprietary government and place the colony under the protection of the crown, making it a royal colony. The problem was, as Dickinson saw it, doing so would also abolish the charter. He thus began a counter-campaign to save it, giving a speech in the Assembly that was subsequently published as a pamphlet. He began, "In the first place, we here enjoy that best and greatest of all rights, a perfect religious freedom." The obvious problem, he continued, was if Pennsylvania were to throw themselves on the mercy of the crown, they would be in no position to dictate the terms of their government. And there was no reason to think that the king would be amenable to allowing Pennsylvanians more liberties than subjects of the crown had in England. Thus, Quakers in Pennsylvania could again be living under an Anglican establishment. Dickinson reminded them that nowhere else could they hold office, vote, and serve on juries, because here they could take an affirmation rather than an oath, which violated Quakers' faith. Dickinson's speech was praised on both sides of the Atlantic and was a major reason why Pennsylvanians ultimately did not abolish the charter. The second instance comes only 4 years later, when, in the midst of the colonists' resistance to the Townshend Acts, another threat to religious dissenters loomed. Leading members of the Church of England in the colonies began calling for an Anglican bishop to be installed in America. On the lookout for any sign of British encroachments on American rights and liberties, Dickinson took up his pen in what became known as the Episcopal controversy to contribute to the Sentinel Letters. He had just published his most famous work, Letters from a Farmer in Pennsylvania, and readers were inspired by his arguments for religious rights to begin applying them to religious liberty. Dickinson contributed 3 or 4 of the 19 Sentinel Letters, making eloquent and persuasive arguments not merely for religious liberty, upholding the Charter of Privileges as a model, but also separation of church and state. Religion and government, he said, are certainly very different things, instituted for different ends. He sounded the alarm about the dangerous interference of an Anglican bishop could exert over colonial affairs and the risks to the consciences of dissenters, which included the majority of the populations of the middle and northern colonies. His voice was soon recognized among the letters, which ultimately were persuasive. No Anglican bishop was installed in America until after the conclusion of the War of Independence. During the tense couple of years immediately before the independence was declared, Dickinson made 2 more significant contributions to the debate over religious liberty, neither of which was successful. The first was during the First Continental Congress of 1774. Delegates from various colonies met to determine how to proceed in the face of the coercive acts passed in response to the Boston Tea Party. At this moment, the agenda that Dickinson had laid out in his Farmer's Letters prevailed. Congress would work for unity and peaceful protest with the goal of reconciliation with Britain. As part of that unity, Dickinson wanted to invite the province of Quebec in Canada to unite with the other colonies. Given most Americans' hatred of the French, and especially of Catholics, they abhorred the recent Quebec Act that had brought the province into the British Empire. But because of Dickinson's unmatched power and influence at this time, his letter to the inhabitants of the province of Quebec was approved by Congress. It appealed to Quebecois to join with the other British colonies on the basis of religious freedom, of being allowed to practice their Catholicism unmolested by British officials. It was surely a relief to most members of Congress that the letter was ignored. Finally, Dickinson's most dramatic attempt to secure rights of conscience, not merely for Pennsylvanians, but all Americans, came on the eve of independence in June 1776. Dickinson didn't want independence. Among his many concerns about American preparedness was that without the protection of the British Constitution, religious dissenters would be persecuted, particularly Pennsylvania's Quakers. Either way, the Charter of Privileges would be abolished. Then, if the British prevailed in the war, Anglicanism would be imposed. If the Americans prevailed, the Quakers' enemies, the Scotch-Irish Presbyterians, who were Calvinists, would exact revenge. So when Dickinson was charged with drafting America's first Constitution, the Articles of Confederation, he queried, "Should not the first article provide for a toleration against establishments hereafter to be made?" Then he did something remarkable. He copied the Religious Liberty Clause from the Charter of Privileges. His purpose was to freeze protections for dissenters at current levels in each colony. Thus, although there would be no immediate expansion of religious freedom, neither could dissenters lose protections for their rights. But that wasn't all. As Dickinson began copying the clause, he wrote, "No person or persons in any colony living peaceably under the civil government shall be molested or prejudiced in his or their person or estate." But then he stopped. Something wasn't right. He went back to edit. "No person in any colony living peaceably under the civil government shall be molested or prejudiced," and then he crossed out his or their and wrote in his or her person or estate for his or her religious persuasion. By using gender-inclusive language, he wrote in protections specifically for women, but his actions are more monumental even than that. The clause continues, "for his or her persuasion or practice." The word practice is significant because Quakers were the only religion to allow women to preach. This clause protects not merely women's freedom to assemble and worship, but also their freedom of public speech. Dickinson surely had his female relatives in mind, who were all Quakers, including his wife. I submit that in writing this clause, this was the most revolutionary act of the Revolution. Of course, it was also conservative in that Dickinson was merely trying to protect what already existed in Pennsylvania. But Americans were not ready for religious liberty, to say nothing of women's rights, and this clause was immediately rejected by Congress. Anticipating this failure, Dickinson likewise included the same clause in a new proposal for a Pennsylvania Constitution. But by then, the Patriots, those angry Scotch-Irish Presbyterians, had already taken control of Pennsylvania and were planning a very different approach, to exact revenge against Quakers for their imposition of Quakerism on the people of Pennsylvania. Many of Dickinson's fears about independence were justified. He was most obviously right about the persecution of religious dissenters. Only 1 year later, the Patriots exacted the worst persecution of Quakers in 100 years. Led by Thomas Paine and John Adams, they rounded up the leading Quakers in Philadelphia, several of whom were Dickinson's kinsmen, accused them of treason with fabricated evidence, denied them habeas corpus, and exiled them to Virginia for 9 months, destroying lives and livelihoods. Many more Quakers were harassed in the streets and their property vandalized. 2 were executed. But Americans gradually came around to Dickinson's way of thinking over the course of decades or centuries. In 1791, they ratified the First Amendment to the Constitution. In 1868, the 14th Amendment allowed the first to be gradually incorporated against the states. In the 1970s, states began using gender-neutral language in constitutions. It seems appropriate to end my remarks with an allusion to Scripture. Dickinson's idea for religious liberty was the stone the builders rejected that became a cornerstone of the Republic. Thank you.
Well, let me begin by thanking you all for being here, and to the Center for Constitutional Studies for this invitation for my first visit to Utah. It's been a very warm welcome, so thanks very much. It's also nice to see some friendly faces in the room from my past life at James Madison program. I'm here today to talk about the Catholics at the American founding, and I'm afraid I have more bad news. As Dr. Calvert has just said, Quakers were savagely persecuted throughout their history in England and in the colonies. And something could be said of Catholics as well. In England and the American colonies, many of them at least, Catholics were presumed dangerous until proven loyal. We find that Catholic priests were hunted down in England, bounties on their head. It was illegal for Catholics to hold public office, to worship publicly, for them to send their children to schools. And a lot of those traditions and laws were likewise transplanted into the American colonies. Maryland and Pennsylvania are important exceptions, at least at some point in their colonial history. And yet, when you look at the 18th century, especially in the American founding, we see Catholics who are not just at the table of forming this new American republic, but also shaping religious liberty laws. We have Charles Carroll of Carrollton, who became the only Catholic to sign the Declaration of Independence. We have two framers of the Constitution who are Catholic. We have the first bishop, John Carroll, Bishop of Baltimore, who was an avid proponent of the American Revolution and independence, who helped to shape, in his own way as an ecclesiastical superior, the constitutional culture, shall we say. And so if you take sort of the persecution on one end of the ledger and the contributions of Catholics at the American founding on the other, you might wonder what explains this remarkable transformation from going from suspected subjects of a king to trusted citizens of a new republic. In any case, that was the puzzle that I tried to tease out as I set to explore this topic on Catholics and American religious toleration and liberty. And it's helpful, in order to answer that question, to look at the central reason why Catholics were seen to be politically impalatable. Right? Why were they not to be tolerated? And you can look at lots of different documents and laws on this question, but the central reason, I argue, is because there was a belief, and the apparent acceptance by Catholics of this belief, that the Pope had certain powers. Among them, he was infallible on spiritual matters, and that he had the power to intervene in the temporal affairs of other countries as well. And if you take those two beliefs, separate them from problems of the Eucharist and the status of Mary and all sorts of theological disputes among Catholics and Protestants, if you just take those two elements of papal authority or perceived papal power, you can see in an instant why Catholics are potentially problematic for an English or colonial state. John Locke, for instance, in his letter concerning toleration, says Catholics can't be tolerated because they deliver themselves up to a foreign prince. And so what this means is that, articulated in many documents from the Holy See and even in practice, what we see is popes apparently annulling civil laws like the Magna Carta. We see popes absolving, apparently, Catholics' duty to their monarch, like Queen Elizabeth I. We have popes attempting to intervene in the temporal affairs of other countries. And any Protestant seeing this would say, well, that is simply unacceptable. You have rendered civil sovereignty a slave to the Pope. And so this was the central reason why Catholics could not be tolerated in the kind of Anglo-American legal body of thought and theory. And so when we look at Catholics presenting themselves at the American founding as not only sort of ones to be tolerated, but actually ones to actually have a seat at the Constitution, for instance, or the Declaration of Independence, we see them having to deal head-on with that central problem. And what I found in my own research is that these Catholics simply said, we don't think the Pope has this power. They denied these two problematic aspects to perceived papal authority. In other words, they denied that the Pope had infallible power by himself. Instead, they believed infallibility rested within a church council, like most recently the Second Vatican Council or the Council of Trent or something like that, when all the bishops come together. So the church itself, they believed it's infallible, but not singly the Pope. And they also believed that under no circumstances does the Pope have the power to intervene in the temporal affairs of other countries, annulling civil laws, absolving citizens of their oaths, or to quote the Oath of Allegiance of 1606 in England, of having the Pope command that citizens murder their king. That was the fear, and not unfounded, because a year before that, Guy Fawkes did try to assassinate the king, and he was Catholic. And that's the reason why we have that Oath of Allegiance. And every person from England wanting to hold public office or sail to the New World had to swear this oath. And so Catholics from the very beginning, the founders of Maryland, the Lords Baltimore, and then later the Carrolls, they simply denied the Pope had this power. They, in other words, emptied the set of reasons politically why Catholics should not be tolerated. So that was their solution. Now, in terms of influence, once they actually sort of went over this hurdle and said, okay, we can be tolerated, they actually went beyond that and said, we don't want just toleration. We want full civil and religious liberty like everyone else. And so there are three ways that they attempted to do this that I'll sketch for you this morning. Number one, if you look at the Article 6 of the U.S. Constitution, something that two Catholics were during the convention, I don't have any evidence that they actually had anything to do with Article 6 directly. What we find is Charles Pinckney proposes this no religious test for public office clause. And what we have is Bishop Carroll writing at very opportune times during the Philadelphia Convention, and also during the second ratifying convention for North Carolina. At these moments, Bishop John Carroll is trying to persuade, through newspaper articles anonymously, to support no religious test for public office. That's not so much a direct influence, but so much as it is a kind of confluence, right? Sort of lots of people trying to influence the proceedings, the ratifying convention or the convention itself in 1787. We also have the mere presence of two Catholics during the Constitutional Convention means that if you had prohibited Catholics from holding public office, that would be rather awkward, because there are two Catholics already holding public office. And it would also subvert the will of the representatives in Maryland who sent those, in Maryland and Pennsylvania, who sent those Catholics to the convention. And so for the reasons of federalism, but also for the reasons of the fact that Catholics were already holding public office in certain states, it meant that to continue the long-standing tradition of prohibiting Catholics from holding public office, which continued in many states and even in England after 1787, would make that unintelligible for the American constitutional order. The second example I want to give is the Establishment Clause. Lots of volumes have been written about the original meaning of the Establishment Clause. In its most, I think, persuasive reading and the most minimal reading, it's that you shouldn't basically create a Church of the United States, akin to a kind of Anglican church in England. If that's a compelling reason or reading of that clause, I think we can say that one of the generating histories that we get from the Congresses before 1787 was that there was a moment when the papal nuncios wanted to have the Annapolis Congress confirm John Carroll as a Catholic bishop. And Benjamin Franklin, who received this missive from the papal nuncio, kind of like an ambassador for the Pope, said, "You don't understand, Congress has no authority over these matters." And the Pope said, the papal representative said, no, please, send it to Congress. So Franklin did, and Congress wrote in its first, as far as I can tell, its first missive on church-state relations, said that the Congress does not have jurisdiction over authority about ecclesiastical matters. So even before we get a First Amendment, we have a definitive declaration by the Annapolis Congress that shows that that jurisdiction is reserved for the states. And so Carroll could be confirmed without the approval of Congress. The final example is the Free Exercise Clause of the First Amendment. And here we have Daniel Carroll, who's supporting it. He's the only person this is a Catholic, the only person who supported the First Amendment unambiguously, as James Madison wrote it in the Free Exercise and Establishment Clause. He said it was the amendment that he thought would reconcile, the best amendment that he thought would reconcile most people to the Constitution. So if you look at that paragraph in what became the official record of the Constitutional Register, the author, Thomas Lloyd, presents Carroll as a kind of order almost. He gives him a kind of pride and place in that record. And so he's the only congressman to unambiguously support the amendment and thought that it was a good idea to pass. What I found is that the official recorder of these debates was a man named Thomas Lloyd. He was Catholic, and he was actually educated by Bishop John Carroll himself while they were in France. And so what I want to submit is any time we look at sort of the generating history of the First Amendment, we are looking at through the eyes of a Catholic who first recorded those words. And we see him privileging his fellow Catholic in presenting Daniel Carroll's remarks as something set apart from the others. So we're not suggesting here that the Catholic influence was the only one. There were Enlightenment ideas, Protestant theologies, natural rights theory, and so on. But none of those fully explain why Catholics were not only just at the table, but also helped to shape the American constitutional order. And it's for the Catholics' double denial of papal authority, of certain papal authority, that we find them being able to present themselves as good Americans, and then their approach to the First Amendment that made Catholics part of the table. So, thanks very much.
Thank you, Dr. Brogdon and the Center for Constitutional Studies for the opportunity to be here, also the panelists for their insightful presentations, and to all of you for coming out today. I'm going to talk about the covenant tradition in the American founding. The general story of America's constitutional founding emphasizes its secular roots, first liberal and then Republican. Often lost in the telling are the religious roots of the American Republic, specifically covenants theory's profound influence in shaping the American constitutional regime. Consider the following. Most of the immigrant groups to colonial America were founded in covenant philosophy. Those groups emigrated to America to escape the top-down, centralized government control that opposed covenant groups. The Mayflower Compact, which was known by its signers as a covenant, was but the first of many political covenants these emigrant groups signed their names to in order to establish political societies in the New World. Andrew McLaughlin's study of the foundations of American constitutionalism found covenant thinking everywhere in colonial America as the foundational principle for social and political organization. Donald Lutz found the book cited most often between 1760 and 1805 on politics was the Bible, specifically the sections about covenants and God's promises to Israel. Deuteronomy is cited almost twice as often as Locke's writings put together. Citations of Locke were highest in the 1760s and 1770s and declined drastically thereafter. Biblical citations peaked in the 1770s. The prominence of ministers in the political literature of their day attests to the continuing influence of religion during the founding era. Covenant theory was strongly reinforced in America by Scottish college graduates who emigrated to America and became influential leaders and teachers, such as John Witherspoon, who became the president of Princeton, tutor of James Madison, and signer of the Declaration of Independence. By 1776, formal covenant theory was dead, but covenant ideas and practices were deeply embedded in American culture. One study of religious congregations present in America in 1776 found that covenant was an important and well-understood concept in about 64% of all American religious congregations, including Baptist, Congregationalist, Dutch Reformed, German Reformed, Huguenots, Jews, many Presbyterians, though many were not descendants of Scottish Covenanters, and Sandemanians. So for nearly 170 years, from the Mayflower Compact to the Constitution, American colonists experimented with covenants to found and order their societies. These were called federal, from the Latin word feudus, meaning treaty, pact, or covenant. Hence, federalism and federalist are rooted in covenant theory. The people of Massachusetts in 1788 described their constitution, like their Pilgrim forebears, as a covenant. Hamilton and Madison both refer to the Constitution as a compact, which was covenantal language in their day, emphasizing mutual agreements and responsibilities. In short, covenant theory exerted a profound influence on the founding generation's thinking about government and political order. What specifically did covenant philosophy contribute to America's constitutional order? Here's a few. The concept of popular sovereignty, that is, the supreme authority to rule resides not in the rulers, but in the people. The need for a constitution to maintain social order. Dividing powers within every level of political organization. Checks and balances between institutions. Equality before the law. Separating civil and ecclesiastical powers. Expecting the people to vigilantly monitor their government. Expecting government officials to hear and honor minority views. Granting the people a right to revolution if the leaders or organization violates the covenant and abuses its powers. That's right, a right to revolution was not original with John Locke. In contrast to social contract theory, which sees political agreements as pragmatic arrangements to preserve individual rights, covenant theory imbues political agreements with moral and ethical weight. This ethical dimension fortifies republicanism by aligning it with a higher moral purpose, and it contributes to the moral underpinnings of the Constitution, emphasizing that social agreements are not just pragmatic protections of individual rights, but moral commitments. And lawmakers and citizens alike have a duty to act virtuously and uphold justice. During the colonial period and leading up to the founding, liberal and Republican ideas were mixed into American political thinking, but many of those secular philosophies were covenantally based, including the philosophies of Hobbes, Locke, Hume, Harrington, Grotius, Spinoza, and others. So that's some of the contributions. How do covenants actually work? How do they found and order political society? Let me give you a few basics on this. Covenantalism has two foundational premises. First, human nature contains a mixture of good and evil. Consequently, chaos is likely to reign without some unifying element, connecting and restraining people. The unifying element is a voluntary agreement or covenant, either tacit or explicit, that joins independent individuals or groups into relationships based on mutual respect and reciprocity. The second foundational premise of covenantalism is human equality. To respect that equality, power is divided and shared, participants are partners, and rule is based on persuasion. In contrast, sovereign rule is based on inequality characterized by superior subordinate relationships that rule from commands and obedience. A primary value or objective of covenantalism is freedom. By grounding covenant governance in equality and shared rule between partners, covenants privilege and protect the partners' freedoms in two ways. First, covenants limit each party's natural powers. Thus, even God, in covenanting with humans, agrees to constrain his power in order to preserve human liberty. Second, covenants foster collective actions that create the conditions whereby one may live without constant fear for their security and safety, and may use their freedom as they deem best for themselves, their family, and community. Consistent with classic liberalism, covenant philosophy holds that the proper form of rule between humans is based on equality and with a commitment to protecting individual liberty. Consistent with classical republicanism, covenants result in moral obligations and responsibilities to benefit the collective good, and in civic virtues. The result of covenant order is a society that provides shared rule over common issues and problems while protecting self-rule and independence. Covenants create a duality. On the one side, people mutually consent to moral obligations that forms the communal identity, and on the other side, individual freedom is protected via government by consent, limited government, equality before the law, and individual rights. Covenants, in short, harmonize an individual's competing needs to both belong and for independence. With that understanding, let me turn specifically to the American founding in relation to covenantalism. First, covenantal thinking created an American national identity based on an ethical principle of justice, founded in consent of the governed, equality before the law, and the protection of individual rights. That helped define the American identity. Second, the Declaration and the Constitution adopt covenant conventions. The Declaration is written in the same format as a covenant. It creates the American people as a people, equal to each other and others, via the phrase, "It becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them." So in the Declaration structure, in its definition of one people, combining them together, separate and equal, these are covenantal ideas. The Constitution similarly begins, "We the people," confirming the Declaration's one people, and joining them into a collective agreement with stated objectives found in the preamble: justice, tranquility, defense, welfare, liberty. These reflect mutual commitments akin to those found in a covenant, and it creates a federal or covenantal structure of shared rule and self-rule. Third, social contract theory borrowed heavily from covenant theory, but the one concept in my above list of the covenant's contributions to the Constitution that is most directly tied to covenant theory is the idea that there are distinct spheres of authority to prevent corruption of a political institution by religious influence. The First Amendment's Establishment Clause, which prohibits the establishment of a state religion, reflects this covenantal insistence on maintaining a moral and ethical separation between church and state. Fourth, America's federal union and republican form of government were created and sustained by a culture of covenantalism. Consider in contrast federal countries in Latin America that were colonized by non-covenantal Roman Catholic political systems and peoples. Those have been much less republican and much less successful. Covenantalism's influence has survived long after the founding. For example, Charles Beard wrote positively about covenants in 1944, saying, among other things, "The bond of our covenant is the principle of constitutional government." President Lyndon Johnson, in signing the Civil Rights Act of 1964, declared, "This law is a realization of the promise of our Constitution. It is a pledge to the American people that the system will not be upset, that the covenant which has bound us together as a nation will not be broken." The story of America's founding is increasingly told in a secular voice, but many of the founding principles of American constitutionalism, such as the structure of our government, its emphasis on equality before the law, individual rights, republican ethics, civic virtues, and the underlying objective of e pluribus unum, out of many one, are thoroughly covenantal. I'll conclude with one final thought on the implications and the understanding of covenant, the implication of understanding the Constitution through a covenantal lens. Covenants paint in general principles, not bright lines. That generality can provide the simple rules that foster the emergence of complex, spontaneous orders, in contrast to progressivism's technocratic top-down rule. But that's a discussion for another day. Thank you.
Well, thank you, all three of you, for giving us these perspectives on the origins of our commitment as a people to religious liberty and the practices and institutions that mark that. It's really helpful to see, for me, the sort of range of traditions that are contributing to that. And the first question I'd like to ask the panel, ask you all to respond to, has to do with the multiple traditions. We've spoken of the Catholic contribution, the Quaker political culture and the experience of Quakers in America contributing to their view, the particular contributions of the covenantal outlook on politics and theology. Maybe you could comment on what is the importance, or where do you see the importance of these particular religious traditions being embedded in or working out their ideas about politics and justice and piety in a political order that is pluralistic, that is, where they don't dominate or often can't. So maybe what is the effect from the perspective of these traditions of being in community with people who are outside those traditions? You just take them as you... Jane, you want to lead off?
That's a great question. And I will say that Quakers kind of flourished in that environment. When they first arose in the 1650s and 60s, 70s, 80s, initially they were sort of out to convince, they didn't believe in conversion, they would convince the whole world to become Quaker. They went to the far reaches of the globe to do that. Quakers traveled to Rome to convince the Pope. That didn't really go very well. They at least sent missives to China to convince the emperor, to Turkey to convince the Sultan. But they realized that was probably an unrealistic goal, and so they contented themselves later with simply convincing people to act like Quakers. And so they did not mind that people, didn't actually become formal members as long as they shared the Quakers' values. So that actually made them have a farther reach than some of their, more rigid counterparts like Calvinist types. Of course, the Puritans in New England, if you did not agree with, agree with Puritanism and did not sort of go along with their laws, you would be banished or executed. And Quakers, by contrast, they might disown somebody from the meeting, but they would never give up on that individual, and they would always send Quakers back to meet with this person. This is why they didn't believe in capital punishment, because they wanted to give every individual a chance to redeem him or herself and possibly become more Quaker-like or even Quaker. And it made them have, excellent relationships with Native Americans whose theology agreed quite strongly with theirs. And so, diversity in that sense was, kind of a core value of Quakerism, because they believed that God could speak and would speak through the most unlikely individuals, and it didn't matter whether that individual called him or herself a Quaker. So, yeah, it was a good environment for Quakers.
Well, the Roman Catholics during this time, and obviously before and even now, consider their religion to be evangelical. In other words, to go to all nations and spread the gospel. The Catholics style themselves as the universal church, members of the universal church. And so you might expect American Catholics to have a similar kind of missionary outlook. And indeed, from the very beginning, with regard to New Spain and New France, and then, of course, in England, you have that kind of missionary approach. And yet, what we find in Maryland, the first colony that Catholics substantially immigrate to, the founder of that colony was George Calvert and his son Cecil Calvert. And we find in their writings the particular care in which they wanted Catholics to have relations with Protestants. In a letter written to his brother, Cecil, who became governor, Cecil Calvert, the proprietor, the owner of Maryland, says to be as peaceable as possible, both at sea and on land, with your Protestant brethren. And when they finally land in what they call Maryland, which was named after a Catholic queen of a Protestant king, the Catholics celebrate Mass on one side and Protestants celebrate their service elsewhere. And so the Act Concerning Toleration in Maryland in 1648 was one of the first systematic toleration acts in English, in the English Empire. And again, affording all Trinitarian Christians toleration as long as you don't blaspheme and you go to Mass and you don't drink to drunkenness and so on, and you are loyal to the proprietor. So what we find here is that Catholics are very careful from the very beginning not to step on anyone's toes as much as possible. They recognize that this is not the kind of establishment that we have in France and Spain and other Catholic countries. They can't rely, even though they have a Catholic proprietor, they can't rely on the state to fully support the Catholic Church in terms of funding, preferential treatment, and so on. So even under a Catholic proprietor. And then, of course, as a minority, they're in no position to dictate. And so what we find, even in sort of ordinary things like marriages, Catholic priests are very willing, actually, given the circumstances, to allow for mixed marriages, like Protestants and Catholic marriages, which would be seen with askance in Europe. And so there's a great deal of, let's call it pragmatism, I think, among Catholics at the American founding and in the colonial era beforehand.
So the role of pluralism in shaping how they thought, that's a great question. I think it's the nature of humans and human organizations that when they aren't competing or contested by others, they reinforce their own beliefs as the way to be. And so you see this with the Mayflower Compact, Plymouth Rock. There's just, I can't remember if the separatists, the religious group, is a majority or a slight minority, but there's a lot of people on the Mayflower who are not part of that religion. And at Plymouth Rock, they establish freedom of religion. They protect freedom of religion. Whereas 40 miles away, a decade later, the Massachusetts Bay Colony, founded by a similar religious group, but doesn't have outsiders in it, becomes very dogmatic in their way of interpreting things. So I do think that the pluralism that exists in the United States becomes very important for helping to justify, right, the role of the Roman Catholics in promoting that seems like a very important role in religious freedom. I just note that those differences aren't just religious, they're also cultural. And so one group of scholars who look at this suggests that the New England area has a moralistic culture, and that would be more where the Covenant group comes from. The mid-Atlantic states are more individualistic. That's Maryland, where the Roman Catholics end up settling. And then you have a traditionalist culture that puts a lot of emphasis on the elites in shaping society. And so that also contributes to the pluralism.
So I'm interested in exploring I don't know if it's fair to call it a radical change, but a significant shift in American political institutions and sort of the practices of American political communities between the Revolution and the time that the First Amendment is written in 1789. We've got it's about a 13-year period. And it seems to be the case that Americans went from a prevailing practice of some form of religious establishment in most of the colonies. Aside from Pennsylvania and Rhode Island, the colonies overwhelmingly had some sort of approach to religious establishment. Some of those were more pluralistic than others. Some encompassed multiple religions or established churches at a local level. And there were groups like Quakers, to tout my own religious traditions, Baptists were in there, campaigning vigorously for the idea of a robust religious toleration and a separation of ecclesiastical and political authority. But those groups were by no means a majority. I mean, what's clear as we're talking about this, the groups who were loudest in favor of these principles of free exercise of religion and disestablishment as they come out in the First Amendment, are nowhere near a majority. So how do we move from what is clearly a marginal view among Americans in the 1770s to something that can command the kind of consensus that can result in the First Amendment? How do we make that movement? What happens? How do Quakers persuade the rest of America to adopt these principles? Or do they? Maybe it's more complicated than that.
Well, I think that it's a great question, and the way Quakers historically persuaded non-Quakers to join their cause, and beginning with religious liberty, was that they would, be martyred, and they would sort of allow themselves, they would do things out in the open that would provoke persecution. And the effect of that was that it would as they were literally going to the gallows for their faith, bystanders would look and say, "My goodness, this person really believes this is very serious," and they would win converts that way. And I know that the persecution of Quakers in Pennsylvania was noticed. And Thomas Jefferson wrote about it. Maybe not, I don't know that he was speaking specifically about the Virginia exiles, but he wrote about the persecution of Quakers as, making his case for religious liberty. So yeah, I think the Quakers just doing what they did and serving as an example of standing for religious liberty still was having the effect of convincing people to their cause.
I would make a plug for an edited volume by Jonathan Den Hartog and Carl Esbeck on disestablishment. They collected every chapter is a different state or territory that traces the story of disestablishment in each of those states and territories. So it's a complicated set of arrangements, and each state has a different story to tell about disestablishment. The chapter I contributed was on Maryland, and in Maryland, in some ways they could claim, I think justly, that in the Revolutionary period, we get the 1776 Constitution in Maryland, is not a revolutionary constitution as much as is one that goes back to some original principles of the Maryland Charter. So that's kind of on the many ways that you can read the Revolution is more of the sort of going back to the charters, right? The reform rather than revolution. And I think that's probably overstated, but in the case of religious liberty, I think there's some ground to say that the lack of establishment at the very beginning of Maryland, the general toleration for Trinitarian Christians, is something that was, among many of the drafters of the Maryland Constitution, wanted to be reinstated after the Anglican establishment in the late 17th century had changed that to Anglicanism. So I sort of read that, at least in some states, as a reform back to the original charter in some cases. The other thing I would say, just on the general sense of disestablishment, I mean, the Anglican Church had several establishments, so basically the majority among the 13 original colonies. But it's a rather awkward position that they're in the Revolution, given that all their bishops have to swear an oath to the king, that their priests are sort of, a kind of priest of not only a church, but also a state. And so they have their own work to do to figure out how they're going to legitimately claim to be Episcopalian, as they call it now, but also good Americans. And so the bishop controversy that Dr. Calvert enumerated continues throughout the colonial experience. And then afterwards, they have to find an alternate way to find a bishop. And they do go through the Scottish non-juror tradition, which is to say the bishops who refuse to swear an oath to a king. And that's the tradition that Samuel Seabury uses, because you have to find a bishop in the Anglican Communion that doesn't swear an oath to the king as an American, right? So I think this establishment, in terms of the severing of the colony, is both a problem for the Anglican Church, but also a problem for the American state of how you're going to allow for these different religions that have different authorities that are sometimes foreign, in the case of Catholics and Anglicans.
How do we get from strong religious traditions to the First Amendment's religious provisions? I would say three things: federalism, culture, and the limited application of the First Amendment. First, federalism. Federalism, remember, is shared rule and self-rule. It's a limited commitment that joins the nation together in a national identity, and leaving freedom for the others to decide how they want to be, right? So culture would be, you have the social contract theory of independence and Locke's letter of toleration, which leads to the idea of separation of church and state. And you also have, within the covenant tradition, the idea of separating political and ecclesiastical powers. Those cultures allow for the idea that we should have, at the national level, a limited agreement that there will be no religious establishment, but the states will be able to do their own thing, right? And that's the limited applicability of the First Amendment. Congress shall make no law, but it still allows the states to have establishments of religions. And I think, right, the last two states, South Carolina and Massachusetts, give up their established church in the 1830s. So I think federalism allows them to unite around the idea that we're going to have religious freedom nationally, and the culture helps support that, but then the limited applicability of the First Amendment allows for there to be the states to have what they want.
You know, this is a fascinating observation that it's not just that the federal government disclaims any control over religion, which might have been the case to avoid interfering with local religious establishments. That's kind of the very minimalist reading of the Establishment Clause that Michael, you were talking about. But the remarkable thing is that in the context of that federal non-interference in religion, we actually get states on their own because of some change in political culture, public opinion, political circumstances, relinquishing their religious establishments willingly. That's going on before the First Amendment's passed, and it continues, so that without any interference from the Supreme Court, any federal civil rights laws, any of the things that we usually associate with bringing about national uniformity on some kind of civil rights issue or civil liberties issue, without any of those things, we get a kind of national trend, a kind of uniformity that prevails. I can't help but think part of the explanation for that, sort of adding these up, is also that whereas the colonies had a kind of character, right? New England had this kind of Calvinist covenantal character. Pennsylvania had this, sort of collection of dissenting traditions, occupying it. Maryland with its Catholics, the southern states with their Anglicans. Those general characterizations tend to begin to disintegrate a little bit as we move into a federal system, and people move, right? We become in some respects one nation, most importantly economically, a commercial republic, where people move across the country and interact in ways that aren't driven by their cultural attachments and religious traditions, but become detached from those things. And so we get the kind of collection of colonies that have a religious character, a kind of pluralism a kind of plural federalism becomes a more pluralistic political culture at the local level. Is that an accurate description of what's happening in the early republic, or is there some other explanation?
If I may, I think the picture becomes increasingly complicated as soon as the First Amendment is passed, right? So, and ratified. So I'm thinking of an example called the Civilization Fund. This was a congressionally appropriated fund that President George Washington had control over with the Secretary of State, who at the time was Madison. And he could use this fund in order to, as they said, civilize Native Americans in American territory. The federal government paid Protestant ministers and Catholic priests, the federal government paid these ministers in order to civilize Native Americans. But of course, the ministers and the priests were also intending to evangelize them, to convert them to Christianity. And so we get these funny sort of examples not too long after the revolution, where today we would think, well, that seems, I mean, some people would say that seems like an establishment. That seems like an undue sort of interference, right, in civil affairs, or religious affairs, rather, spending federal money. So that's even on the principle of federalism, right? These are federal funds. And so I think the picture is really complicated, in other words. And I think there are lots of other examples that we could provide.
So I'd like to take an opportunity to turn it over for some questions from the audience at this point. We have a microphone, I think, that we can, we got to steal the one from the podium. Okay.
Are you sure? I can just put the
Troy, yes.
podium, yeah, so that you can.
Okay, so if you have a question, there's one down front to the left there.
Thanks so much. I really appreciated those remarks. I learned a lot. I have two quick factual questions for Michael Breidenbach, and then another question for Troy Smith. Michael, I'd love to know who the two Catholics were in the Constitutional Convention. And second of all, this argument of the American Catholics that the authority for Catholics derives from councils, conciliar authority, not the Pope, as an argument against any notion of the infallibility of papal pronouncements. That's actually not how the Pope's authority is understood today, is it? I mean, the Pope has made infallible proclamations, not very many, 2 or 3 in the history of the Church, I think. But anyway, I'd be interested to see how the American Catholics somehow came to terms with the Catholic Church's continued insistence on papal authority in some dimension. And for Troy, your case is, you made a good case for how covenantal thinking influenced both the Declaration and the Constitution. I'd like to hear what you have to say about what distinguishes them, because when you read the political thought of the founders, for example, Federalist Papers, Washington, Hamilton, and the rest of them, you rarely, if ever, find the word covenant. You will find the word social contract in some instances. So why did the language of covenantal thinking drop off at the time of the founding itself?
Well, thank you, Brad, for those two questions. Daniel Carroll of Maryland and Thomas Fitzsimmons of Pennsylvania were the two constitutional framers who were Catholic. The question about papal infallibility is a good one, because anyone who reads this First Vatican Council in the 19th century will see a definitive declaration of papal infallibility. And so the solution, you might say, that the 18th century American Catholics, and before them the English Catholics and so on, is no longer available to them if you want to be a sort of faithful Catholic who accepts on even conciliarist grounds, right, the conciliar tradition of infallibility resting on councils. It's ineligible to say that the Pope is not infallible by himself. The Pope is infallible with his other bishops, right? And so this presents you might call it a particular problem to this, let's call it the American Catholic settlement, right? One way to address that issue is to understand how non-Catholics understood this idea of papal infallibility. They understood it as basically almost anything the Pope says in the context of spiritual matters. Or spiritual matters even have to do with temporal affairs. So for instance, there's discussion I've detected about people worrying that if a Pope says, for instance, in a papal bull that's a document, called Inter Carita, that the Pope basically divides the world into Spanish and Portuguese territory for missionary work. And anyone who abrogates that will be excommunicated and face damnation, effectively. That makes English colonies particularly problematic, right? Because that should be Spanish territory. Okay, so is that infallible? So there's big questions, and that's the reason why First Vatican Council defined it. So the problem with papal infallibility, according to many Protestants, is that it's very expansive. It could be any papal pronouncement, and extremely sort of doctrinal. In other words, like you must, upon penalty of eternal damnation, accept it. In the 19th century, that's not the declaration's definition. It's very specific circumstances. And so in some ways, the First Vatican Council alleviates a lot of the concern that Protestants and others might have about Catholics. As you mentioned, papal infallibility has been sort of mentioned a few times, and it's about the doctrine concerning Mary. So not very political. And so I think Catholics today could just say, well, it's not really a problem. And it's not the kind of doctrine you imagined having to get into politics.
Thanks for the question. It's why don't we see covenant explicitly in the Declaration of Independence and Constitution debates? There is an evolution of the terms. We call the Mayflower Agreement the Mayflower Compact. It would have been known to the signers as the Mayflower Covenant. The term changes. Covenant becomes understood as an agreement between humans and God. And then they change that, and so that's with the Mayflower Covenant, right? It's really between humans with God as a witness. And so later they changed the language to compact as between humans with God as a witness. And then later it becomes contract, which is an agreement between humans without God involved in any way. So by the time, and I mentioned in my comments that formal covenant theory in America was dead by 1776. There's really nobody that's espousing that. But covenant is deeply embedded in the culture, but they're speaking in different terms. They're speaking in compact. So both Madison and Hamilton in number 22 in an interesting paragraph, refer to it as a compact by which we are bound. So I actually find Hamilton's idea of the Constitution as a compact that binds us that we can't get out of very similar to Lincoln's idea of why the southern states can't secede. But it's a different terminology that you have to see.
Other questions from the audience?
Thank you all. This question is for Dr. Calvert. If you wouldn't mind speaking or clarifying for me, you mentioned John Adams' role in the persecution of Quakers. And I recalled that we were talking about Pennsylvania, and I thought, well, how was John Adams involved in Pennsylvania? But perhaps you were speaking of Massachusetts. If you could speak more broadly about his role, what office he was holding, or his participation, was it through influence or other things? I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Right. So this was in 1777, and Adams was in Philadelphia in Congress. And for a couple of years, since about the spring of 1776, Thomas Paine he began his campaign against the Quakers because the Quakers controlled the Pennsylvania government, and the Pennsylvania government was not going to acquiesce to any declaration of independence. And so Paine started vilifying the Quakers in the spring of 1776. And then at some point, and he continued to do that, in the crisis, and calling, basically blaming Quakers for the Americans failing to prosecute the war effectively, because Quakers, of course, were pacifists, and Paine knew precisely that the Scotch-Irish Presbyterians in Pennsylvania the reason they were so angry with the Quakers is because Quakers had imposed pacifism on Pennsylvania and had refused to defend the frontier against Indian attacks, and so the Scotch-Irish Presbyterians were the ones who bore the brunt of that. So Paine knew that whipping them up would be a good way to overthrow the Pennsylvania government, and Paine continued to do that. So then in late summer 1777, these Quaker papers materialized. It turns out that they were actually forgeries from a fictitious Quaker meeting that was being called the Spanktown meeting, and so these papers allegedly showed Quakers conspiring with the British. They were forgeries. There was nothing to them, but so Congress, with Adams was on a committee, and I can't remember the name of the committee, basically in charge of dealing with this. And so, with John Adams' leadership, Congress demanded that the Pennsylvania government, that was now the revolutionary government, composed of many of Quakers' enemies, arrest the leading Quakers. And so they did. They rounded them up, and there were no charges ever formally made, and the Quakers were in a position where they would petition the Pennsylvania government to say, hey, we're being held without charge. We demand, habeas corpus and all this. And the Pennsylvania government would say, well, we didn't arrest you. That was Congress that wanted that done. And then so they would petition Congress, and Congress said, I don't know, it was a Pennsylvania government that did it. And so this kind of went along for the 9 months. But yeah, John Adams and Samuel Adams too, really had some just really vitriolic things to say about Quakers. Adams had been sort of humiliated by Quakers when they during the first Congress, when the Massachusetts delegates were basically summoned to a meeting with Quakers, and the Quakers kind of upbraided them for not allowing religious freedom for Baptists in Massachusetts. And so, the Adams cousins really sort of hated the Quakers from, and look, that's, it was sort of the old, there were no more Puritans at the time. Yes, the sort of covenantal theology was sort of on the way out, but the culture still remained. And actually, I would say to your question about like sort of the pluralism, I think it absolutely, sort of, there was sort of a pluralism, but it took decades, maybe even centuries, for sort of the cultural characteristics of Massachusetts and Pennsylvania to sort of mellow, and for a long time there was still hostility between the descendants of Puritans in New England and actual Quakers in the middle colonies or middle states. But yeah, John Adams was kind of like right at, and of course he also knew that Dickinson was his main nemesis, and he thought Dickinson was a Quaker, as many people did, and hated that his wife had such influence on him, and that's a whole other thing. But yeah, great question. Thank you.
Well, I am delighted and humbled to have had such tremendous colleagues and scholars to join us to have this discussion. I want to thank our audience for joining us. We're just about at the end of our first session. I want to give you a bit of a preview of what remains today. We will, 15 minutes after this session ends at 11:30, have a 1-hour session on God and the Declaration of Independence. Here's some different perspectives on the degree to which we ought to understand the Declaration of Independence as advancing a religious claim or a secular one, which is, of course, always of ongoing importance to us. And then at the end of the day today, from 2:30 to 3:45, there will be a panel in this room as well on a pending case at the Supreme Court on the question of whether charter schools, public charter schools, can be religious. It's a case coming out of Oklahoma. It's of tremendous current importance. I will say a quick word. We're grateful you've joined us for this because this is part of the Center for Constitutional Studies and UVU's commemoration of the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Of course, you all know that the Declaration was written in 1776, not 1775. But as this panel makes clear, that was a process. The American Revolution, both in ideas and in forms of government, was a thing that played out over time and began well before the Declaration of Independence was written and extended well after it, right down indeed to our own First Amendment and our Bill of Rights, and more than that even. So we're grateful you've joined us for this. We're going to have a lot more programming, not just today, but in the coming year as we go through 2025 and 26. So I hope you will visit our events page, find a good reason to come join us for our other events and benefit from the voices, the plural voices that we have and perspectives that we have coming to campus to inform us about our constitutional inheritance and help us understand how to preserve and improve it. Also want to put you to our podcast, This Constitution. That's been popping up on screens all day. You can find it on Spotify. And I'm not just telling you that because I'm one of the co-hosts, but because I hope you can learn a great deal more about our constitutional tradition from it. Indeed, I think we'll be recording an episode with Jane this afternoon. So thank you for joining us, and I hope to see you at our other sessions.
Thank you.
Mic check. This is a
and it gets picked up by others. I mean, certainly in the way it's picked up by HBO. Just the mere fact of the emphasis, because of the context, there's just some natural dynamics by the emphasis on choice and storytelling. New England's outsized role through what the Revolution was Civil War still in favor of we're seeing that we're missing that story. I have not known that you share that tremendous goodwill demonstrated by this action. That's quite remarkable. Patient appeal. The virtue, the moderation. Sorry, the trigger. I'm curious.
No, I flew in late about midnight and started to drizzle, and I stayed the night in Salt Lake out of fear that it might snow, but then it didn't. So I drove down this morning and gone so far. Yeah, I was worried about that. And then I'm hoping to get out of here before the snow hits this afternoon. No, I'm gonna head out to the airport by 4. I have a few things that might be parallel. That's the first time I've seen it.
Good morning. Good morning, and welcome back to the Center for Constitutional Studies annual First Amendment Conference. This conference is part of a multi-year celebration of the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence in collaboration with Utah's America 250 Commission. I'm Colby Pena. I'm a student here at UVU and a Wood Research Assistant at the Center for Constitutional Studies. Our second session continues our examination of religious freedom in the American founding with a discussion of the relationship between religion and the Declaration of Independence. Our guides in this examination are two eminent scholars of American political thought. Owen Anderson is a professor of philosophy and religious studies at Arizona State University. He is the author of the Declaration of Independence in God, Self-Evident Truths in American Law. Timothy Sandifer is Vice President of Legal Affairs at the Goldwater Institute and author of Frederick Douglass, Self-Made Man. Moderating this exchange of ideas is Bradford P. Wilson. Bradford Wilson is the inaugural James Wilson Distinguished Visiting Scholar in Civic Thought in the Center for Constitutional Studies, and a recently appointed trustee of the James Madison Memorial Fellowship Foundation. Please join me in welcoming this excellent panel.
Well, we decided we'd start it out this way with each of us giving a brief preface of our views of the relationship of God and the Declaration of Independence before proceeding on to our discussion. And I wanted to go first because I wanted to follow up on the comments Professor Smith made about covenant, because covenant is definitely one of the pervading images or archetypes on which the Declaration is founded. And I think it is important to understand that in order to understand my position. The Declaration of Independence is what we would today classify as a secular document. Why I couch it in that way and say what we would today classify is because the categorization of religious and secular that we take for granted today was only in its infancy at the time the Declaration was being written. And I don't think if you got in a time machine and went back in time and asked them that they would comprehend the distinction in the same sense that we do. The Declaration is written from a perspective of 18th century natural religion, a highly rational approach to religious questions that shuns such things as miracles or magic or mysticism or the supernatural, and says that our true understanding and our true reverence for God is found in our effort to understand by reason and science the order of the universe and to appreciate that order fundamentally. And it was natural, of course, for 18th century writers to employ the images that had been handed down from century after century of Christian tradition, such as covenant. I mean, these things were pervasive in their own education. It was how they naturally thought about things. They would have, you read their letters, they're quoting the Bible without attribution because they know that everybody's going to recognize their allusions because everybody's raised on the same books and has gone through the same basic education and draws from the same canon of thought. So it's natural that they would adopt a mechanism. Oh, and on top of that, of course, they're lawyers, right? And as lawyers, they're working in a common law tradition that has, its ancestry in the feudal era, which blends what we again today would separate as religious and secular, blends them inextricably. And so ideals like covenant, when it comes to, for instance, the king's covenant with his people, is that they owe him obedience in exchange for protection. So that when the king casts them out of his protection, that ends their need to obey, which is the whole argument of the Declaration. Well, this has its religious roots as much as its political roots in 18th century culture. So there's something anachronistic in asking whether the Declaration is a religious or a secular document. And I would put it this way, I would say, the linguists tell us that English is a language that employs Latin words in a German vocabulary, or maybe it's the other way around. And I would say that the Declaration does something similar. It employs a Christian vocabulary with a classical philosophical grammar. And by classical philosophical, I mean Greeks and Romans, right? We haven't talked about the Greek and Roman philosophical influence on the Declaration yet, which was every bit as profound, if not more so, than the Christian influence on the Declaration. For that reason, again, the Declaration is properly classified in today's terminology as a fundamentally secular document. But before I make that argument, I have to add another caveat, which is that today's version, the pervasive version of secularism in today's world, would find the Declaration incomprehensible. And the reason why is because the prevailing version of secular philosophy today employs a number of deeply flawed philosophical assumptions which were not held by the founders. They had a much more clear-eyed view of these things. And the one particular pea under the mattress is the notion of the is-ought gap. The so-called naturalistic fallacy, that there's something illicit about making a conclusion about how things ought to be from observations about how the world is. This is nonsense. Of course you can draw ought for value-based conclusions from a neutral, fact-based is sort of observation. There's no such thing as a naturalistic fallacy. And yet, in today's world, most secularists simply believe this. And as a result, they think that moral claims are basically subjective, arbitrary, based on emotion. Our philosopher friends, our philosophy professor friends, they've moved on past this. They know that this is nonsense. They've rejected it long ago. But those of us in the legal community, I'm sorry to say, most lawyers still think that there's a rigid separation between is and ought. And for that reason, the Declaration's claims about there being natural moral truths is somehow unacceptable in the eyes of, I'm sorry to say, probably the vast majority of lawyers in today's world. If you put that aside, shove all that 20th century baggage aside, and you look at the Declaration with the ideas of Aristotle, Epicurus, Cicero in mind, you see that it makes a claim that is drawn from nature, not supernatural, but natural rights. That is simply human beings, living beings, have a certain quality, a distinctive characteristic that inanimate matter does not have, and that is they can be created and destroyed, which is not true of inanimate matter. And that's a fundamentally important distinction because it means that it makes rational sense to speak of things being good for or bad for living things, which is not true of inanimate matter. If you divide a rock in half, you have not done anything bad to the rock. In fact, you now have two rocks. If you divide Socrates in half, you no longer have Socrates, right? And so that means that it makes sense rationally to speak in evaluative or prescriptive terms about living beings, which you cannot do for non-living beings. And that, as I'm fond of telling students, the most important thing you can know about Aristotle and John Locke is that they were physicians. And therefore, it was natural for them to think of morality as a prescription for a kind of health, the moral or psyche, or the health of the psyche. And if you understand that approach to moral questions, you can see why the Declaration's claims about inalienable rights, self-evident truths, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The pursuit of happiness is just an English phrase for flourishing, or eudaimonia in the ancient Greek, right? So you can see how this is a fundamentally secular claim in that it does not depend for its truth on God's willing it to be so. It's true the Declaration says the laws of nature and of nature's God. Nature's God in that phrase is playing the role of a historical explanation for those laws of nature, but that's all. Those laws of nature are laws, and that's what we're concerned about. We can debate where they come from some other day, is what the Declaration says. What we're concerned about is what those laws are and what they prescribe for humanity. Right? That's the focus. Now, well, I'll end on this note. The Declaration's vision of God as the lawgiver and law enforcer and supreme judge, right? The Declaration refers to God in legislative, executive, and judicial capacities because being a perfect being, he alone can properly exercise those things. Because God is this supreme lawgiver and law enforcer, it also denudes God of all of the characteristics that we traditionally associate with religion. That is, God has no real will. He is simply a maker and a follower of order. God is basically equated with order in the Declaration. And this is very fitting because in 1776, the worst possible thing you could call somebody in terms of politics, the biggest insult in politics was to say that it was arbitrary. Arbitrariness was the worst possible thing. That is, causeless, lacking an explanation, ipse dixit, because I say so. That's arbitrary. That's the worst possible thing. God would never act that way. God is therefore simply the order of the universe. Now, therefore, God plays a role in the Declaration, and yet it is the role of the Aristotelian prime mover, a sort of a God without a personality, basically without a will, who does not intervene in human affairs, who structures the universe and is the structure of the universe, and that's it. And that's why I say, in today's classification, we would call it a secular document, even though it is deeply imbued with the idea of an order that has been created by a supreme consciousness.
Well, thank you for inviting me and having me here and putting together this wonderful panel, which turned into a kind of a debate because we wanted to keep you awake before lunch. Now, I'm not a lawyer, I'm just a humble philosopher, but I'd like to present a different view of the Declaration of Independence, and specifically based on the idea that what the Declaration of Independence does is it gives the United States its official natural theology. So natural theology is what humans can know about God and human nature and good and evil just by studying creation. And that's in contrast to revealed theology, which is what we get from the scriptures. But in the world in which the Declaration of Independence was written, those aren't meant to be in conflict. Those are in unity. The God of nature is the same as the God of Scripture. Scripture has a different purpose than nature. Scripture's purpose is redemptive. And so although Scripture reiterates a number of the truths that you can know from creation about God and morality, it gives a different answer, or gives an answer to a different question. How can humans as sinners be redeemed? So we don't see that in the Declaration of Independence, but we do see something that's different than the pantheism that we just heard about, where God just is the laws of the universe, or Aristotelianism, where God is an impersonal being who is not aware of humans and doesn't care about them at all, is not even aware of anything except itself. We do have theism, Christian theism, and I'd like to make the case that this is because of how we should understand religion, the word religion. I think Troy pointed out, it's because we were talking beforehand about covenants. The problem in thinking about religion today, you think about a church being involved in a government document rather than ideas. But if religion is the particular answers that a people gives to basic questions about reality, like what is eternal and what is it to be a human, what is good and evil, then the government of any people is just the expression of that people's religion. There's not really this strong distinction then between religion and reason, except for that some religions maybe say that reason is insufficient or it doesn't help us. But the tradition in which the Declaration was written was a very strongly pro-reason tradition. So it would say we use reason to understand the Bible and write systematic theologies, just as well as we understand reason to understand creation, which is what it says about God and the world. And so the Declaration of Independence does something which I think is very perfect. It states in just one simple sentence an entire worldview. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. And so it gives you an epistemology. There's some things that are self-evident. Now, that bothers philosophers. There's a lot of time on what does that mean to be self-evident. It's not self-evident in the same way that A is self-evident. People have doubted that God the Creator is real. But we can put that aside for now. We can talk about it in the discussion we want. But that's an epistemology, that there's some things that are so clearly true about God that we all disagree on them at the beginning. And then it gives a view of theology. What is eternal? God alone has existed from eternity. And God created, which is a willful act, humans. And by creating them, he gave them a nature. And when you have a nature, then you can begin to speak about what's good and evil for that nature, which is the point you made about the is-ought division, which is a silly division. We get oughts from is all the time, but unfortunately it's still alive and well among philosophers also. The analytic philosophers take that as like one of two things that they know for sure. But once you know the nature of a thing, you can speak about it flourishing or being harmed. And so God, as the one who determined the nature of things, is the one who determines what is good and what is evil for a creature. And so the Declaration of Independence states that right away. And it's so succinct. It has almost a poetic quality. And it teaches us so much in one sentence. It certainly counts as religion. I would say the United States doesn't have an official religion. We have official natural theology. But I think we can go a little bit further. There's a number of ways we can approach, is Christianity the main thing that influenced the Declaration or the founders? And I think although, of course, the Romans and the Greeks came in for some things about civil order, their view of God, whether it was Aristotelian or the demiurge of Plato or polytheism, wasn't operating. Another idea was operating, though, which is that humans are sinners. And thankfully, this gave us some distance from what they did in France, in the French Revolution, coming down to the Marxist revolutions, which think that you can perfect humans by changing their environment. And the United States has never believed that. We've always understood that humans have something in them that's sinful, and because of that, we have to structure our government in a way that provides checks and balances and doesn't allow any one person to accumulate too much power, because the natural tendency would be to use that in a sinful way. And so that's a very deeply Christian idea. It's different than other theistic religions, and certainly different than Greece and Rome. But you have that built into the way we do government, and it's made us stand out in contrast to the other modern democracies of the world. Maybe the English are closest, we get it from them, but again, consider the French and the Marxists. And so let me give one example of where religion can't be kept out, revealed religion. And that's on the Lord's Day. So we can't simply say that the government will just be neutral with respect to religion. It sounds nice, but the government actually has to make decisions about things. And so for a very long time, and still today, government offices do not operate on the Lord's Day. They're closed. And that is a specifically Protestant view of thinking about the Sabbath. You could challenge that as an atheist. and say we could keep the government open 7 days a week and get more done. I'm not saying everyone works 7 days, but you could have rotating shifts over 7 days and you get a lot more efficiency, a lot more done. But what you'd be effectively saying is no Christian can work in the government, because to do so they'd have to violate their beliefs about the Lord's day. And so these kinds of things are built into the law, where it may not say, hey, Deuteronomy right here, but it says, change this, and you're now ruling against the worldview that's been there in our country from the beginning. Now the most obvious one recently is marriage, of course, and then change what marriage is. So that's my quick intro, and now we'll have some good debate.
Thanks so much. Two differing views on display. Some things you agree about, obviously, like the fact-value distinction is bad. We got that. Your emphasis on reason, Tim, as really the source of the ideas in the Declaration of Independence. It's unnecessary to appeal to anything outside of human reason to come to the same conclusions that you find in the assertions of the Declaration, or the propositions, as Lincoln would say in the early part. What would the authors of the Declaration, it's not only Jefferson, there's a committee that weighs in as well and adds some important elements that have to do with this discussion. What thinkers would they have relied on for the purely rational understanding of the principles in the Declaration?
Well, I'll preface the answer to that by saying that the Declaration does two things in terms of a political or legal or constitutional document. One is that it states these philosophical premises, and then it makes the legal or constitutional argument for separation from Britain. And so, in fact, of course, the overwhelming majority of the Declaration is devoted to the grievances. And these are laid out in terms that are, rationally accessible to everybody. Anybody who knows the facts and the history and the law can approach those and understand those. As far as so in that sense, already, 75% of the Declaration is uncontroversially a secular document. As far as the truths are concerned, of course, the overwhelmingly important figure is John Locke. But Locke was by no means the only or even the first to say these things about equality and liberty and so forth. In fact, one of my favorite predecessors to Locke is John Milton, who I like to say is my favorite Christian libertarian, who in Paradise Lost talks about these toward the end when Adam is shown the future. And one of the things he sees is Nimrod building the Tower of Babel, and Adam says, "O execrable son, to so aspire above his brethren." And he has this great paragraph, which I can't recite, about how we are all created by God, and therefore we are all equal, and therefore you can't control other people. You don't have the right to own other people, which is, that's straight John Locke's second treatise, right? So there was, by the time of, but certainly by 1776, there was two things. There was a huge tradition of classical Whig thought, Trenchard and Gordon, and Locke and Milton, all these others, whose work is profoundly influenced by the Greeks and Romans. And then there was the legal aspect, the constitutional aspect, which is rooted in, Sir Edward Coke and the legal history. And you're blending those together in the Declaration. And the part that I think most interesting in this aspect is the last paragraph of the Declaration uses this phrase, of right. It uses the phrase of right twice. It says these United Colonies are and of right ought to be free and independent states. And as free and independent states, they may do this and that and the other thing, and they may do all other things that states may of right do. Now, the phrase of right was in common use in English law, very often Parliament would insert it into statutes that claimed legitimacy for things. For example, it was made treason to deny that King Edward and his heirs of right ought to be kings of England. But the one that would have immediately showed up in the mind of anybody in 1776 was Parliament had used the phrase in the Declaratory Act, when it asserted authority to control the United Colonies, or to control the colony, legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. It said we have this power of right. So what the Continental Congress is doing is it's turning around and slapping that in the face of Parliament, saying you have no right. We have of right. But in a theological sense, or philosophical sense, the reason this is important is because it shows that they are saying that morality limits politics. The states can't do anything that they want to do. They can only do those things that states may of right do. And once again, that's accessible to reason. You have a reasoned argument about what states may legitimately expect of people because they're formed by contracts or covenants whereby people surrender certain rights in exchange for protection and all this sort of thing. That's a fundamentally rational argument that doesn't depend on any claims about the mystical or supernatural or so forth.
Right. Thank you. Owen, I'm wondering, when you look at the Declaration, there are references to the divine, not just one, but several, I believe. Tim mentioned the God exercising the three powers we're familiar with the executive, legislative, and judicial. Isn't there a reference to providence in the Declaration of Independence? Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, that's right. Reliance upon the protections of divine providence.
Okay, so
he's the executive in that sense because he's executing the law, protecting the people.
I'm going to ask Owen about this because you said that basically you put forward the watchmaker notion of who God is or what God is, that he doesn't care a whit about human affairs. How do you square that? Owen, is it purely rhetorical? Is that these references to God's having a say in human affairs, that we're actually judged by how we conduct them and so forth? Is that consistent with the watchmaker theory of God?
Yeah, and it's a good question, and I think whenever Tim mentions something, like now you mentioned Milton, it puts us closer together. Like we were trying to decide, what do we even disagree about beforehand? Right. And now Milton's my favorite too, and I like John Locke also.
I think you're the only other person I've met who likes Milton.
I love Milton, yeah.
What was it, who was it, Samuel Johnson said of Paradise Lost, no man ever wished it longer.
Yeah. Well, and the thing about Milton was, of course, he was with the Puritans against the king, but because of his stature, he was allowed to live and not be put in jail or killed when Charles II was installed. And so he has kind of this life across both the English Civil War and then the Restoration. And Locke is related because Locke's parents were involved. They were on the Puritan side. And so Locke is thinking about his parents' conflict in the English Civil War and how to solve that from political philosophy. So they're both deeply connected to the fact that the English went through this. And I think the question that you asked, Brad, it kind of still brings in our contemporary sensibilities, which is that there's this blind watchmaker, that's Richard Dawkins. And there may have been a couple deists. I mean, Thomas Paine was mentioned earlier. It's interesting that I wanted to ask about that, him being on the side of the Covenanters against the Quakers, since Thomas Paine's not Presbyterian or even a theist. He's a deist. But the idea that, well, they didn't believe in providence, I think that's just kind of or even that you asked, are they just saying this for official? Today we think that. I mean, that's what we would say when a president mentions religion. You say, well, he has to do that. But then I think you'd see these are people who believe in these things. They have different denominations, but they still do believe in these things. And the divide that we have today between reason and faith just doesn't exist then in the same way. The Westminster Confession of Faith, which is 1648, just before the English Civil War, and then it's immediately asked for. It's like the next year they get it in Massachusetts, which is kind of remarkable. They want to have this as a doctrinal statement of the Reformation. And the very first line is, the light of nature and the works of creation and providence do so far manifest the goodness, wisdom, and power of God so as to leave man without excuse. So light of nature there means reason. Another term of the time was common notions. And the idea was that God made humans with the ability to understand the world. But then that's a comma. The very next part of it is, but that does not give you the knowledge necessary for salvation, which is only in the scriptures. And so there just wasn't this idea that these are divided. You use the light of nature to understand the creation and to understand the scriptures, Bacon's two books.
You mentioned natural theology, which is also, is that synonymous with what we would regard as general revelation? Could you explain those terms a little more to us?
Yeah, general revelation is a less known term now, but that's the creation itself reveals something about God to us. The works of God around us tell about the Creator. And so the content of our study of natural or of general revelation is called natural theology. So natural theology, we might make mistakes in it. We have different philosophies of natural theology, but they're studying the same thing, which is the created world. And that's more than just the order in the world or the moral governor of the world. Those are important parts of it, but there's a number of other arguments that get not just to the guy who knocks over the first domino and then stands back, but who gets to Yahweh, who rules the world and acts in the world. Although you mentioned a few important things, that it's opposed to religion, and that meant miracles, and then you mentioned things like superstition. There's a couple others I forgot to memorize.
Mysticism.
Yeah, so I think that's been the debate since then. Miracles are a different category because that's God acting in the world, and it's not opposed to reason, it's just opposed to natural laws. But then the other ones were all opposed to reason, superstition, mysticism. And so that's been part of the debate of American religious history is, can a rational person still believe in miracles that were reported to us by what a former colleague of mine, Lawrence Krauss, said were written by illiterate first century peasants. And I always wondered, these illiterate first century peasants are writing things down for us? That's a strange thing.
Oh, well, I would add to that. We certainly know what Jefferson's thought would have been with regard to mysticism and so forth, or miracles. When he was president, this story goes, he got into a conversation with Joseph Priestley, the founder of Unitarianism, and Priestley at one point said, "Well, Mr. Jefferson, if you disagree with so much that's in the Bible, why don't you just produce your own version?" And so Jefferson, he had spare time because he was only president. So he took out a penknife and he edited down the Bible, and he ended up with a pamphlet that omitted the entire Old Testament, included the life of Jesus with no miracles, and ended with the rock being rolled in front of the tomb, because it's a nice picturesque way to end the story. Jefferson considered himself a Christian, but he was so influenced by the ancient Greeks, and particularly Epicurus, that he believed, for example, he told John Adams that he believed that the soul was a physical entity made of atoms, and that anybody who denied this was actually an atheist. And his reasoning went by this way. He said, everything that actually exists is made of atoms, therefore the soul must be made of atoms. It must be something like smoke that drifts away when you die. And anybody who denies that and thinks that the soul is instead made of some mystical property, since mystical properties do not in fact exist, therefore that the person is denying the existence of the soul and is therefore an atheist. That was Jefferson's reasoning. So he was a natural theologist par excellence. John Adams was obviously much more conventionally religious, we would say. But I looked this up because I think this is such an interesting quotation. This is from John Adams's Defense of the Constitutions of the Governments of the United States, which he wrote about a decade after the Declaration of Independence. He says, quote, "The United States of America have exhibited perhaps the first example of governments erected on the simple principles of nature. And if men are now sufficiently enlightened to disabuse themselves of artifice, imposture, hypocrisy, and superstition, they will consider this event as an era in their history. Although the detail of the formation of the American governments is at present little known or regarded, either in Europe or America, it may hereafter become an object of curiosity. It will never be pretended that any persons employed in that service had interviews with the gods, or were in any degree under the inspiration of heaven, more than those who work upon ships or houses or labor in merchandise or agriculture. It will forever be acknowledged that these governments were contrived merely by the use of reason and the senses. Neither the people nor their conventions, committees, or subcommittees considered legislation in any other light than as ordinary arts and sciences, only more important, end quote. Now, obviously, he's speaking for himself, and so is Jefferson, and they're writing for the United Colonies that are made up of a wide variety of different religious groups. So that's another reason why they have to write this in phrases that are, the reason can access. You don't need a revelation, because that'll split the unity among the colonies. Nevertheless, I think it's indicative that the two principal authors of the Declaration are pretty clear that they're not talking about any kind of revelation here.
Yeah, sure. Because it's important, I think, remember, though, that Adams, coming out of Puritan background, they would 100% agree. The canon is closed. So no president goes to an oracle and asks for direct revelation. So that doesn't mean that they think you ignore the Bible for any input. Clearly not, because they quoted it more than anything else. But it just meant that there's no ongoing inspiration. Miracles are given to a prophet to justify that this is indeed from God, so that you had miracles in the first century to accompany the New Testament, and then they ceased. So the idea that you don't use religion, I think that's probably kind of using our idea of putting it into the past, rather than saying, yeah, you just know these things from reason. But then the other side of it is, and this really is the English versus the French revolutions, can we know from reason that man is fallen? And I think the Americans would say you can know that from reason alone. You don't need Moses to tell you that. Whereas the French would say, no, we're really good until society shows up. And so that's an important truth where they would disagree about what does nature say. And I think I'm not saying that means there's no answer. I think there's a truth of the matter, and I'm on the side with the Americans.
Yeah, the way I like putting that point is you don't have to believe in God to know that man is not one.
And it is interesting you mentioned, because Epicurus, of course, is the chief heretic buried outside the city of Dis in Dante. Right? So, and that's because he said two things. There is no God and there is no soul. Only the material world exists. So Dante might say, well, Jefferson, you're actually the atheist then, right? You're with the chief heresiarch. But I think it's interesting that this Jefferson Bible, Richard Dawkins has been making the rounds again with a guy named Alex O'Connor, if you're interested in philosophy of religion. Alex is a young guy from Oxford. He's an agnostic. He interviews Richard Dawkins. And Richard Dawkins says the same thing Bertrand Russell said in his book, Why I'm Not a Christian, which is that Jesus is not a very good person. Like, if you need a moral example, he says a couple things, but then he says a lot of really mean things also. And I always thought that's a good correction to the Jefferson Bible, who says he's this great moral teacher. If you're just looking at the secular level, probably not.
Well, I think not that I have come to bring peace. I come with a sword. Yeah, I can't remember whether Jefferson cut that part out or not.
He's calling people hypocrites and broods of vipers.
Right. I know we have some students here. Have you read Epicurus or Lucretius? Yeah, I see a lot of people don't, and it's
Jefferson strikes me as an Epicurean.
Oh yeah, he said right out. He said he was an Epicurean, and Lucretius is where we get most of what we know about Epicurus. He wrote this marvelous poem called the De Rerum Natura that includes a social compact theory. There's an entire chapter where he puts forward basically Lockean social compact theory in the 0 AD or whenever this thing was written. It's amazing.
I do use it. My students know it because we go over Lucretius.
You mentioned, I'm sorry, I know you're trying to guide this, but you mentioned using biblical language in the Declaration, and I was just looking this up last week, but one of my favorite examples of this in the Declaration is he has sent forth swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out our substance. Now, as Professor Calvert knows, the line, swarms of officers, is Dickinson's line from the Liberty Song. Although Adams, I think, beat him to it. Adams used the phrase swarms of officers in his instructions to the Boston representatives about 6 months or a year before or something like that. But it was this swarms of officers, of course, is meant to invoke the locust swarms of the Old Testament. And eat out our substance is basically an adaptation of Job. That Jefferson is employing, not literally, but he's borrowing from this rich literary as well as religious tradition to put forward this claim, and at the same time rooting it in the legal and constitutional history, because he's also trying, when he's writing the Declaration, he's trying to imitate, the Petition of Right and the English Bill of Rights that justified the revolutions there. But anyway, it's just a fun example of you employing biblical language you mentioned Lincoln, in a way that's very Lincolnian, very Lincoln.
I've done a lot of reading in other founders, their political writings, mostly Hamilton and Washington. And in both instances, it's really hard to come away thinking that there's an atheist bone in their bodies. I mean, in Washington's case, his reliance on the language of providence through everything he writes, most of his letters, and so forth, is evident. Not that he is explicitly a Christian in those writings, though he is occasionally when he's talking about what needs to be done with the American Indians. Then he'll mention Jesus Christ. Somebody mentioned earlier the efforts to convert the Indians to Christianity. He was in favor of that. But he because of the providential character of his understanding of reality, I just think it's very difficult to think of him as thinking that God is uninterested in human affairs. He actually puts it at the national level. I mean, he really thinks God wants America to prosper. And Hamilton is not that different, frankly. Early on, you'll be aware of this passage in his refutation of Samuel Seabury during the Revolution, in which he brings up Hobbes. He thinks Seabury's reasoning is too reliant on Hobbes, and he dismisses Hobbes for his atheism. And you could say, well, as one of my teachers said, that's just rhetorical. He doesn't really mean that. But you keep reading someone like Hamilton, and it keeps popping up now and then. You know, he has a note to himself that is published where he reflects on the history of the Jewish people and their travails, their catastrophes, their persecution. And he says the fact that they're still around is evidence that they are God's chosen people. He says, if you have a better explanation of how they survived, I'm willing to listen. But that's
Jefferson told Lewis and Clark to keep an eye out for circumcision among the American Indians because he thought the lost tribes of Israel might be out there in the West. He really did.
And you know, and finally, and this would you could say this is purely political, but Hamilton's abhorrence of the French Revolution as it evolved, and because of what he saw as its root atheism, and that led to his suspicions about Jefferson, who he said drank deeply of the French philosophy. There are real differences among these founders when it comes to theological and religious political questions, it seems to me.
Yeah, 100% right. And that makes it difficult because they're also not giving us a systematic theology or philosophy. So we have to go back and kind of glean things from things they said, and it might just be that they're highly contradictory or at any moment or over time. But as a philosopher and a logic professor, what I ask is a little bit different question, which is, what do the things they asserted presuppose? In other words, what must be true for this kind of government to be the case? And that's called a transcendental argument. And the first transcendental argument we have recorded is from Aristotle about the law of non-contradiction. You have to presuppose the law of non-contradiction or you can't make sense of anything else. So I mention that because they sometimes get a bad rap for being Kantian arguments. He did use them as well. But that idea you can comprehend. What's a necessary condition? And so that's my case, is that there are theological truths, both in natural theology and revealed theology in the Christian scriptures, that are necessary conditions for this government, which logically couldn't be taken out of that. Now, practically, you might try, and maybe we've been trying this for a number of decades, but that only goes so far for this reason, which is that humans want to understand and have meaning. And they recognize, even without my logic class, that if you believe contradictory things, your life doesn't make any sense. And so we have deep conflicts in the country, politically, because we have different visions about what the nature of reality should be. And some of those are pushing away from the beliefs behind the Constitution and the Declaration, more towards a progressive, what we could just call the French Revolution or Marxist Revolution style of government. But the thing that makes the Declaration stand out is that it is connected not merely with a grievance, a democratic grievance. We voted and we disagree with the king. But the same thing with the English Civil War, which is that there is an authority above the king. And that could be natural law, it could be revealed law or revealed scriptures. And you might remember that before the Geneva or the King James Bible, the first English translation was the Geneva Bible. And King James' main motivation for the King James Version was that the Geneva Bible included marginal notes in Deuteronomy, Moses warning against the king and reminding the people that God's law is above the king. And that was used as justification for the English to have a civil war against their king. So King James wanted, let's get a good English translation without those marginal notes. But that's always been the case. So about the Bible, reason and religion aren't in opposites in that view, but instead the word of God is what you can take to the king and say, you violated this. Or in the case of the Declaration, there are truths of nature that you violated, and by doing that, you've lost your authority.
Yeah, it's definitely the reason this is a crucial point is the question of there must be something above the king. Obviously, you mentioned Washington and Hamilton and so forth. What Dawkins, of course, would say is that prior to Darwin's discovery of natural selection, it was really incomprehensible to be an atheist because there was no explanation for order, which has now been provided through natural selection. So when we look back at that time, at the 18th century, they say hindsight is 20/20, and it really isn't. We're looking through the lens of things like the Second Great Awakening and stuff that really distort our own comprehension from what it would have been in 1776, right? There's a lens that distorts our view. So try and ignore that and think about how they would have thought of it. They would have said there is an order, there needs to be an explanation, it must be a consciousness. So that's where providence comes from. And then providence is crucial because without providence, then the only conceivable social or political or legal or even metaphysical order is man-made. And in that case, then there are no rights. There's no liberty. There's nothing that the majority can't just take from you, and not just take from you, but rightly take from you. I mean, you're in Hobbesian world, right?
The general will.
Yeah, or as Jefferson said of Hobbes, that he mistook the abusive for the natural state of man. By the way, am I the only Jefferson fan in the room? I mean, okay, all right. So we agree on everything. Anyway, so that's the role providence plays, is to say there is something above the mere ipse dixit of the king, because if there weren't, then all government would be arbitrary, which is the worst possible outcome. It would be simply because somebody with a bigger gun says so, and that's no order at all. That's chaos and misery. So providence plays an incredibly important role. But that's very much different from saying that the Declaration and its order is what we would today classify as a religious doctrine, right? You mentioned George Washington. Washington, I mean, I think there's only a single mention of Jesus' name in Washington's entire corpus. And his favorite Bible verse appears in several books of the Old Testament, but is that every person shall sit under his own vine and fig tree, and none shall make him afraid. And he loves that image. That's his religion. His religion is a world that is safe for people to pursue the productive, what we might today call bourgeois, although that's another anachronistic term, but we call the bourgeois pursuits. That's his religion. Is we need and he absolutely believes in a providential order to bring it about. I think, no question about that. And honestly, it's hard to read the history of the American Revolution and not think the same. I mean, it's incredible how many close scrapes they somehow barely escaped. It's unbelievable that they accomplished what they did.
And he himself, yeah.
I was going to say, his coat that had all the bullet holes in it, and he didn't have any.
There are so many things like that about this history that it's incredible that this stuff worked out the way as well as it did, even though in many ways it didn't work out very well.
Yeah, the fact of pluralism. And someone made a point earlier about how pluralism forces each group to take more seriously the general rights of everybody. But the fact of pluralism was present then, although to a much less degree than now. But this idea that, we don't agree on a number of these things about God, denominations, how to understand the Bible. And I understand pluralism to be kind of a brute fact. We do live in a pluralist society. We want to have education for everybody, law for everybody, but I don't see it as an end in itself, which I sometimes hear it spoken of in some political circles, where you just want to have that, rather than, no, the whole saying is e pluribus unum,
right,
not just pluribus. And if you only have the diversity and the plurality, you don't have anything that holds you together. And the extent to which a society is aware of the things that hold them together, because it might be logically there, but you're not thinking about it. You don't realize, okay, if there is no God, none of this makes sense. So the extent to which society is aware of those things makes their cohesion more real. And so I also think the First Amendment fits in there, since this is about the First Amendment, that the First Amendment is not an end in itself either. That doesn't mean it could be a ladder that's discarded once you climb up it, but it does mean that you don't simply want the freedom to speak for the sake of speaking. You especially want the freedom for rational debate in public to come to the truth of the matter. And the belief is that that's the way in which we will all come to learn, rather than just having one person stand up here and tell us what to think and then we're done.
Yeah, in that respect, the thing that comes to mind immediately is, it was mentioned, Dickinson's letter to the people of Quebec is one of the most interesting documents, I think, to come out of this debate, because a lot of the other documents are things like, propaganda for the Americans, or petitions to the king, and their efforts to persuade those above or below the Congress. But the letter to the people of Quebec is fascinating because it's an attempt to speak to a separate and equal political society, and to take their views seriously, and to explain the American cause in their terms. And so when you read that document, it's really interesting. They say, you Quebecois are now British subjects. You are entitled to certain rights under English law, which you are being denied by the Quebec Act. You are being denied, for example, you do not get to vote for your own representatives in government, which is the fundamental British constitutional right. You're being deprived of that. And why are you being deprived of it? Because of your religion. Because under British law, Catholics can't hold office. So you're being subjected to autocracy on one hand and religious discrimination on the other in the same act. And that's what they're saying, right? So what they're doing is they're making their case in the other side's terms. And it's just fascinating to see them do that. And it's an example of pluralism, forcing them to make their case in terms that are accessible to reason and not dependent on some supernatural revelation. I think the Declaration does a lot of that, partly because it's rallying the Americans together. And it occurs to me, also, Jefferson, in drafting this thing, he's trying to build toward a climax. My theory is he's writing the Declaration, he says, I got this idea. He's got this clever scheme. Now is the moment. In fact, he says in Notes on Virginia, he says, we must remember that at the end of this war, the shackles that have not been knocked off at the end of this war will remain on us and become heavier and heavier as our leaders will forget themselves and will forget the people. And the people, he says, will forget themselves except in the sole faculty of making money. So he says, so now is the time to secure every right on a constitutional basis. And he says, the one I'm going to do is slavery. And he's going to build up to his denunciation of slavery in the Declaration which is his longest and most impassioned section of his draft, where he really pulls out the stops rhetorically in this paragraph. He calls the king an embarrassment. He says the king is basically a pirate. He's worse than a pirate. He would embarrass pirates. Earlier in the Declaration it says the Indians make this war against all ages, sexes, and conditions. The king is worse. He does the same thing, right? That's what Jefferson. Of course, this all gets taken out of the Declaration, which frustrates Jefferson tremendously.
But still, he does succeed, I think, in having a kind of crescendo of grievances that begin with things that the king can legitimately do. They're just
badly done.
Unwise.
Yeah.
And then next thing you know, he's being accused of usurpation, which is a little more serious. And then finally, sorry.
Could I get you to use your microphone?
Yeah, sorry about that. Finally, you get his waging war against the colonists. So he does at least succeed, I think, to that extent. He doesn't get the slavery part in, but everything else.
Now, Mike Lee is Senator Utah, because I hear he's bringing back piracy. Did you hear about that? And I thought, well, maybe we can. That might be kind of fun, but you'll be allowed to get what's the word?
Letters of marque and reprisal
to go against cartels in along the coast of Baja or something.
It's in the Constitution.
And so we'll see if that makes a comeback. And I joked with my wife, that might be kind of fun. She said, "No, you're not. One DEI court case is all you get. No piracy."
Go ahead.
No, good.
Oh, I was going to ask one more question before opening it up to the audience for their questions. Tim, you mentioned the pursuit of happiness in the Declaration of Independence. So it's life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. Those are among the unalienable rights. And you said, well, happiness was understood to be eudaimonia, which is a Greek term for flourishing, you said. So a lot of people, I think, read the Declaration language and say, well, pursuit of happiness. They just mean do what you want to make yourself feel good, right? Feel-good notion of what happiness is. Do you think there's more to it? Is it a subjective thing entirely, or are there objective standards for what happiness was understood to be?
Well, again, we know what Jefferson's answer to that would be. He says in Notes on Virginia, he says, the legitimate powers of government extend only to such acts as are injurious to others, but it does me no injury for my neighbor to believe in one God or 20 gods or no God at all. It neither picks my pocket nor breaks my leg. So Jefferson would have, his answer to that is a highly libertarian answer, that it's up to the individual to choose. That libertarian individualism is balanced out, of course, by the end of the Declaration, which returns to the covenant, where the people are mutually pledging to each other their lives, fortunes, and their sacred honor. So it sort of opens up with individualism and then comes back into a group that recognizes and respects each other's rights. But the pursuit of happiness, of course, in the classical philosophical framework that Jefferson and Adams and the others have in mind, means, as in Aristotle's phrase, it means the activity of the soul in conformity with virtue. It means to push yourself to maximize your best potentials. I think you could throw in there harmless pursuits that are of fun also, as long as they don't hurt somebody, But what it means is there's actually a legal phrase for this. It means the common occupations. The Supreme Court in the 1920s famously said that the Liberty Clause of the 5th and 14th Amendments protects your right to the common occupations of life. And what that means is your right to earn a living, which is first and foremost. I mean, economic freedom is a crucial part of what the Declaration means by pursuit of happiness. It means your ability to put your skills to work to provide for yourself and your family. I mean, these colonists were laboring under the British navigation laws, the Hat Act, the Iron Act, that made it illegal. You couldn't make a nail in the colonies. You had to ship iron to Britain to be made into nails and sent back to America. You couldn't make a hat out of a fox that you caught on your own land in America. You had to send the fur to Britain to be made into hats and sent back to America, as Jefferson says, to support not men but machines in the island of Great Britain. You see, I'm still mad about this after all this time.
But also, the idea that it's those economic things, we think about it today anachronistically, meaning we think it means ontological freedom. That if I think I'm a unicorn, I am a unicorn.
Right.
Rather than I just want to make nails in my backyard.
No, because it means
you don't have ontological
it means in
freedom.
conformity with nature,
Yeah,
right? It means everybody has their unique skills and capacities, and you should pursue those individually. You shouldn't let other people tell you what to do in that respect.
And they're legitimate occupations.
But that's right. It certainly does not mean a free for all of do your own thing or whatever.
I had the misfortune of seeing a Harrison Ford commercial last night for Jeep. And he said, it doesn't matter which path you take as long as you had the freedom to choose it and as long as it makes you happy. And I thought that really summarizes the bankruptcy of the current view. Really, it doesn't matter which path you take as long as you freely chose it. I mean, the path of a serial killer freely chosen is a good one just because you chose it and it makes you happy. But that's the moral reason.
Yeah, and even Jefferson, who is probably the most libertarian of the founders, definitely would not have agreed with that.
Okay, thanks. Thanks to both of you. Let's open it up, see if there are any comments, questions in the audience. They can't possibly have covered the whole ground, so.
Sure. Thank you. I just have a couple of questions, one for each of you. First for you, I would ask, it seems like some of the appeals to God in the Declaration are used as a justification to a power that is higher than that of the British government for violence specifically. And I guess I would just ask, like, how can you justify, or how could the founders justify violence and violations of natural rights of British soldiers and British loyalists without an appeal to a power that is higher than the British government, that is willfully compelling them to do so? And my second question for you is, if there are religious principles being brought to the table and baked in to the Declaration of Independence, why then are the references to God and religion omitted from founding documents after that point?
Well, to start with, the question about how else could they have rallied the people to fight against the British Army without a reference to a power higher than the British King? I would say that they couldn't, philosophically speaking. Now, of course, remember, by the time the Declaration is written, the war has been going on for a year, right? It starts in April of '75, so there's already shooting, and the Declaration is not intended to justify rebellion. This is a common misconception. The Declaration is not intended to justify rebellion. It's intended to justify independence. Two very different things. That's why, for example, it's logical for them to cite the Prohibitory Act as a reason for separation from Britain. The Prohibitory Act was intended to put down the rebellion. If the Declaration was intended to defend rebellion, that would be logically fallacious to cite that as a justification for rebellion. But that's not what they're doing. They're justifying independence. They're saying we're no longer going to try and reconcile with Britain, and here's why. He has plundered our coasts. He has burned our towns. He has destroyed the lives of our people. I mean, it's very common in today's world to sort of snicker at the American Revolution. I think this is very shocking, to snicker at the American Revolution and say, well, they were mad about a 3-pence tax on tea. How silly can you get? And we really need to understand the history of this period to see how brutal British colonial rule really was in many respects. I mean, we're talking about real violence. We're talking about the military occupying Boston. We're talking about the British Parliament shutting down the port of Boston to starve the city into destruction for throwing tea out. Like I said, I'm still mad about this, right? So what the Declaration is saying is, look at all these things that he's done. We have to stand up for ourselves. And then it concludes, it says, we hold them, as we hold the rest of the world, enemies in war, in peace friends. So it's not pronouncing anathema on the British. It's saying, if you'll stop trying to destroy our liberty, we can be friends. You know, so there's a limit there, and that you could say that limit is because of things like charity and other virtues.
And sometimes you'll hear today someone say, you know, we pay a lot more percentage-wise of our income than they did then. What was their problem? I think their response would be, you've let yourself become that much of a doormat? Don't you have any respect for yourself? You've allowed that kind of abuse and you haven't spoken up? So it is interesting when people
No question they would
judge.
be horrified.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great question because the Constitution is noticeably silent on those things, and that has bothered many Christians. There has been, and in some circles continues to be, a desire to have an amendment which states that this is a Christian nation. But even apart from that, I think you can see that the Constitution presupposes biblical Christian beliefs about the nature of man and sin in the way it operates, and that's why it's so different from the French or Marxist outcomes, which thinks that we can perfect humans by government and by changing their environment. The Constitution clearly thinks that's not possible, but there's only two options. Then it means humans are just left to sin and misery. That's not their answer. Their answer is no, there is redemption. It's just not the government that's going to provide it, which is a correct recognition of the sphere difference between those two. And like I said, you can make a good transcendental argument about it. I made one in my presentation. We've kept Sunday off this whole time. The government's not open on Sunday. And that's specifically, it's coming out of the English Reformation and their beliefs about when the Sabbath was. And we still have it off today. And if that was changed, it would prohibit many people from being able to be government employees.
If you're really wanting to find some explicit reference to Christianity in the Constitution, I think you could just go to the very end where they say it's signed September 17th, 1787, in the year of our Lord. So, other questions? Yeah. Robert.
Thank you. I have so many questions, but I'm just going to pick one so others have an opportunity. Try and find you after for the others. If we were, here's a thought experiment. Jefferson, much later in his life, said that in writing the Declaration, he was trying to convey the common sense of the people, right? So if we were to move away from perhaps Jefferson and Adams' particular theological or rational orientation, and just say, as read and understood by the average literate American, how would they have perceived these clauses? Would they have perceived it in an Epicurean sense? Would they have seen it in a Christian theological sense? What would have been their perception of the Declaration?
It's interesting you mentioned
if it
common
really
sense.
did.
It's interesting you use that phrase common sense, because that was very important on the Scottish Reformation and Enlightenment, the idea that all humans are made by God with certain ideas or common sense, common notions was the other one. And it stood out to me that President Trump used that phrase the other day, because I haven't heard that very often in public discourse.
I think Thomas Paine wrote a whole book with that title.
Yep. Yeah, so the idea that there are just some things that we all know, but of course the fact that Thomas Paine wrote a deist, anti-Bible book about it shows that they're not self-evident in a logical sense. You can still have to debate about them and have disagreements. So it's interesting to see if common sense as an idea comes back politically.
I would add to that in asking about how the average American would have viewed it, a couple caveats. The first is that we put so much emphasis on the Declaration that we sometimes overlook the fact that it was one of a flood of statements along these lines at the time. There had been the resolves of the First Continental Congress. There had been the Declaration of the Causes and Necessity of Taking Up Arms. There had been local groups putting out their own petitions in favor of revolution, or colonies declaring their revolution on their own. There are just a ton of these documents from the decade after the Sugar Act of 1764 to the Declaration of Independence. You know, that's an enormous flood of literature, and so it's hard to say what people would have thought of the Declaration itself in these terms. They, by that time, would have formed their own opinion about what God had in mind for them. Also, you know, I'm not a specialist in religious history by any means, but Gordon Wood's argument in The Radicalism of the American Revolution, of course, is that we have to remember that a lot of the evangelical Christianity that we associate with this era really came after the Declaration. It really comes in about 1800 to 1830 that you see this surge in Christian belief that was not foreseen by the framers, and that, at least for Jefferson, I think he saw as deeply regrettable, as really bad development, because he was a secularist.
Although you have that influence of the First Great Awakening, in which someone like Benjamin Franklin was a young man. Some of them may not have been born yet, but they're going to hear about that influence, which also transformed the world. It's interesting to think that it began because Jonathan Edwards was worried about the youth in his congregation. They were up to no good. And so think about that, like we think today, like what must they have been doing? That got their ministers so upset. They must have been out in gangs or something. Well, they weren't taking the Lord's Day seriously. They come to church still. But as the minister he saw, they're not taking the Lord's Day seriously. And that's what gave his famous sermon, we all know, Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God, and started that First Great Awakening. So there is something there still kind of in the background, but it is noticeably different.
Oh yeah, it informs the entire outlook of the period, obviously. But I think that the average American probably would have seen this is a political dispute. It obviously has important religious aspects to it, but it by no means is it a religious dispute. I mean, even the Thomas Hutchinson in his pamphlet responding to the Declaration doesn't take issue with any kind of a religious aspect of the Declaration. You know, the Tories don't deny that God is the supreme lawgiver or anything like that. None of that stuff is in question. So I think the average American would have seen it as what we would today classify as a secular statement.
And that's the one area where I'd have a worry about using the phrase Enlightenment rationalism unqualified, because I don't think the French can or did make that same appeal. Instead, they hoisted up Lady Reason and worshipped her.
Yeah, and well, you know, because the French Revolution is combining a social revolution with a political revolution in a way that the American Revolution does not. The only analogy there would be to slavery, and that was postponed for almost a century. So the American Revolution is a political revolution that has enormous social consequences, as Wood shows in his book, but it was not contemplated that way at the time. Whereas the French Revolution is an attempt to overhaul the whole history and background. And this is John Adams, again, he has this hilarious, John Adams was one of these people who likes to write in the margins of his books. And his marginalia, there's this history of the French Revolution by, I think it was Mercy Otis Warren, and he writes these angry tirades in the margins, and one of them, if I remember right, is like how the world could possibly have expected 5 million Frenchmen who had been raised on feudalism and Roman Catholicism since the beginning of time could possibly have erected free constitutions in the matter of 10 years is absurd, or something to this effect. So he, was particularly attentive to the relationship between society and mores and politics, more so by far than Jefferson, I think, who's much more of a rationalist, much more wants to go in there and implement the principle.
And we have statistics about church attendance, though, and it was rather low, because people today say, oh, no, we're dipping under 60% or something, but it was like in the 30s, if I'm...
Jefferson, toward the end of his life, said that he was confident that within 30 years, every young man in America would be a Unitarian.
Mm-hmm. Well, at least then they might go to Unitarian church, right?
Right.
But I think just regular church, and this might be a little bit qualified because you may not have a church as you're going west to go to. Right. But even take that into account, church attendance wasn't what we think like, oh, everyone went to church.
Yeah. Other questions? 5 minutes?
Oh, I feel like I have to preface my question with like an apology. I have very limited knowledge on this whole topic, but just the thought of if God were taken out of the Declaration of Independence entirely, but the exact same principles on morality and the call to what's right and wrong were still in there, what do you think would have changed? Do you think anything would have changed? Did it make that big of a significance that God was even mentioned, or would it have had the same impact on people if it wasn't in a theological view?
There's two ways of answering that. The first one is, do you mean historically? Like, would it have had a different effect in 1776 if it had been written that way? Or do you mean philosophically, would its meaning be different? Okay, historically, yeah, I think it would have made a big difference. I think people expected there to be acknowledgments of that sort. I mentioned that the Declaration mentions God in 4 different places, and 3 of those were added by the Congress during the debates after Jefferson submitted his draft. He included only 1 reference, and that was the laws of nature and of nature's God. All the others were added by the other members of Congress during the couple days of debate over the phrasing of the Declaration. So that's proof enough of how there was a public demand and expectation for these kinds of references. But philosophically, my answer is it would make no difference at all. If anything, it would improve the Declaration.
Improve if there's no reference. So you should have said that.
I'm an atheist libertarian. What do you expect?
But we could have had that would have been a great debate. That should have been the first thing you said up at the podium. Take God out. It is interesting. So think about this thing from Jefferson, Epicurean. Only atoms and the void exist. So historically is one question, but logically is another question. And I said that matters to us as humans because we want to make sense of the world. We don't always see it right away, but when we start to try to make sense of the world and we see there's a contradiction in what we think about it, we lose meaning. And no one likes to be stuck in that sense of my life is meaningless. So the question is, can you get from atoms and the void anything else besides atoms and the void? You can put up a periodic table and just admire it, but it doesn't give you the things that we need for government, human life, any of that. And so the materialists, and this is a Roman and Greek argument against Epicurus as well as a theistic argument. Materialists have always had that problem, right? The best argument they have, which seems to be Richard Dawkins' argument, is that, well, I only see material stuff. So, well, yeah, by definition, you can't see the incorporeal, so you're not going to see it by that standard. But that's about the best argument for materialism. But the arguments against it, materialistic reductionism, you lose all the things that make us human. So I think it would have a massive effect. I guess then you might say, well, we'll just stop with the humans. But then you just have some kind of rule by majority, I guess. If it's just humans, where do you get anything beyond the human will? Because if we recognize the human will is corrupt, then just putting a bunch of us together doesn't make that any better. There have to be principles that we agree, these are true, and I'm not going to believe them. Normally, I'm going to violate them, and so I need to be held accountable to them. And so that raises an interesting question, and this would be good to end on my side to end with, just as a thought experiment. Can an atheist or a pantheist, someone who says all is God, take an oath? Because an oath is not me saying, I promised I'm going to do really good. Well, yeah, I'm assuming at the beginning of anything you're going to try your best. An oath is, I'll be held accountable by God, who's not me. Pantheism says I'm God also. I'll be held accountable by God if I break this. It's not just I promise, I really promise.
And this is a very relevant example because that was the reason why in colonial America atheists were often forbidden from holding office and so forth, because it was held they couldn't take an oath. And if they can't take an oath, then they can't hold office. Even Jefferson says, in Notes on Virginia, he talks about this. He writes it in a sort of ambiguous way, but he says, if we think that people's religion, it's right after that pickpockets reference that I'm in. He says, if we think people's religion makes it so they can't take oaths, fine, ban them from public office. But everybody else, and he's a little ambiguous about where his own position is. Although Jefferson, I don't think Jefferson actually was an atheist. I know Hitchens thought so, but Madison, maybe. But Jefferson was not.
I think Kash Patel took the oath of office on the Bhagavad Gita, which is a pantheist document, so it's still relevant today.
Yeah, I think the answer to the question is that it's not particularly hard to say. Of course, an atheist can take an oath. He's taking an oath to himself and to his fellow human beings. That's not particularly challenging. The mention about Epicurus and the atoms and the void, though, again, read Lucretius. He gets into all this stuff. It's amazing. He's explaining how light is made of particles, and he's writing it 2,000 years ago. And he talks about things like oaths and things also. But Jefferson, as far as Epicurus was concerned, Jefferson said that he was an Epicurean as far as his own life, his self-concern was involved, but that he thought Jesus gave us a necessary supplement to Epicurus in the form of our duties to others. So he says there's morality, he's imagining morality as divided into sort of two categories. There's the duties we owe ourselves, and that's Epicurus, and there's the duties we owe to others, and that's the teachings of Jesus.
And that's usually taken from the breakdown of the Ten Commandments into the first four and the second six. But yeah, Epicurus is also understood another way. Sometimes it's only atoms in the void. Sometimes it's there is no God and there is no soul. But a third way is that he was particularly concerned about the superstition and contradiction in popular religion. And so I think Jefferson, but also the Presbyterians and others, would all have shared that same concern, that superstition in popular religion is a problem. And so Epicurus talks sometimes as if he thinks there is an almighty God. It's not sure how to reconcile that with other things, but he just doesn't like the crass form it's taken. And people forget how bad it was in Rome. I don't think the classical education people teach this side of human sacrifices, temple prostitutes, about the classical world. But Epicurus is seeing that stuff and saying no.
Yeah, and Jefferson and his colleagues would have said that superstition has dangerous political consequences because if you can get people to believe nonsense without giving good reasons for it, just force them to believe in things that are obviously not true, and tell them that they have to believe it as a moral command, even though they don't actually have a reasoned understanding of it, then you can impose upon them all sorts of political things. You can say, well, the king is God's servant on earth, and then they just have to believe it.
He does, in one of his late statements in life, suggest that superstition is responsible for people binding themselves to rulers who had no right to rule them. So it goes that far with him. Okay, Professor Brogdon had the hook out a little while ago to drag us off the stage. So
this is so much fun. I don't want to stop.
I'll just end by mentioning that these two obviously don't like each other. But he works for the Goldwater Institute, which is representing Professor Owen Anderson as he sues his university for discrimination under the Arizona Constitution. So they're going to have to work together.
That's why he did so well today, didn't he? Let's give him just excellent.
Thank you so much. Please thank our speakers.
Thank you.
want to welcome you all to our third and final session of this year's First Amendment Conference. It's an annual convening we hold every year, and this year the theme of the conference has been, as you can see, a revolution in religious freedom from the Declaration to the First Amendment. And we started this morning with the American Revolution and the way that religious liberty operates there and some of its historical sources and the struggle for various groups of Americans to find their place in the American political tradition and craft a tradition of religious liberty. We find ourselves now in the current term of the Supreme Court. So this afternoon's panel will give us a discussion by legal experts and educators and education policymakers from our community to consider the merits of a pending Supreme Court case that has sweeping implications for church-state relations and religious liberty throughout the country. The case is, of course, Oklahoma State Charter School Board versus Drummond. Moderating the panel today is Joseph Carey, an elected member of the Utah State Board of Education and professor and chair in communications at Ensign College. Joining him is Aaron Smith, who is associate counsel for the First Liberty Institute. We also have Michael Erickson, a partner in the firm of Ray, Quinney, and Nebaker, and also a wonderful teacher of students at UVU in our American Heritage courses. And finally, William C. Duncan, who is Constitutional Law and Religious Freedom Fellow at the Sutherland Institute. So please join me in welcoming this wonderful panel of scholars.
I'm just going to say these remarks from up here, if that's okay. I just want to, one, thank the Center for Constitutional Studies and Utah Valley University. I kind of stumbled onto this case, and when I read it, I was like, wow, this is history, right? Sometimes we read about history. We're living history, or at least the potential for history, and the magnitude that the ripple effect that this case has the potential to create. And so I reached out to Jim Moss, who teaches here at the center, and I said, Jim, I think this would be perfect for the Center for Constitutional Studies. This was like 6 weeks ago. And he says, yeah, this seems like a great fit. Let me talk to Matt and see if we can make it work. And I thought this was going to be in May or June. And Jim called me back and he said, Joe, the oral arguments for this case are scheduled for April 30th. And we feel like we should do this before those arguments. And I didn't know an academic institution could move that fast because we went from idea to today in literally the blink of an eye. So I want to say thank you to Matt, the center, and to UVU for recognizing the possible impact that this case could have. And I say that from my position as a member of the State Board of Education, right? I can see that this case could really upend a lot of what we have assumed public education looks like. And I also want to thank each of the panelists because we then had to reach out and find not just someone who could speak about this case, but we wanted individuals who really understood the potential impact, the law, as well as some of the upside and downside to this decision. And I want you to know that the First Amendment is something more than just an academic, esoteric exercise for me. I'm honored that my mom is here today. She, when she was 9 years old, just like the movies, her parents came into the room and said, we've got to leave. My mom was born and raised in North Korea. And when it became unsafe for her and her family to stay there, she fled to the South. And so when we talk about issues of free speech, when we talk about issues of freedom of religion and assembly and the right to petition, all those beautiful things in the First Amendment, they are more than just words on a page or things that we probably sometimes take for granted. And so again, I'm grateful for this institution and its leadership to make sure that those things are instilled, not just in the next generation of students, but through your programs, the teachers and educators that we have throughout the state of Utah. So thank you for that. What I would like to do is I'm just going to give you a brief overview of the first series of questions. Then I'm going to ask specific questions. I'm going to turn the time over to you to ask the questions that you may have on your mind. And then the big reveal is, last night I asked AI, how is the Supreme Court going to rule on this? And then I poured all this data into AI, and it spit out a very long answer, and I provided that to each of the panelists. And before we leave today, they're going to let us know whether they agree or disagree with artificial intelligence and what it had to say about what the Supreme Court is going to do when they decide this case. First, we're going to hear from Michael, and he's going to start with a very big perspective of these currents, many of which you've heard today, between religion, secular. Then we're going to go to Bill from the Sutherland Institute. He's going to address some of the flow of the current case. And then we're really blessed to have Erin here from First Liberty, because she used to work at the Department of Education in Oklahoma. Then she worked at the Attorney General's office. She used to work for the Attorney General's office in Oklahoma, and then the Department of Education in Oklahoma. They're one of the litigants. So that's really the insight that she'll be able to provide. So I wanted to let you know that's how we're going to start. Mike, I'm going to turn the time over to you.
Thank you, Joe. Joe mentioned that this case pending before the Supreme Court may make history, and I think that's absolutely correct. I think it's also correct in order to understand this case from the Supreme Court. It also helps to understand our history and where we have been. And it's been remarkable to me today, during the course of this conference, how much we have seen of that history that is so relevant to the issues that are going to be pending before the Supreme Court. I think it would be helpful to break down the three periods of history, some of which we have heard today described. The first period of history would be around the period of our founding and of the origin of the Establishment Clause. We heard described in the early morning session of the movement of disestablishment. We heard descriptions of Quakers in Pennsylvania, of other areas, other of the early colonies that became states of tolerance for religious freedom. There were also other states that had their own established religious traditions, and at the founding of the United States, there was a contest. There was conflict over and resolution over how to handle the issue of state involvement with churches. Anglican Virginia looked very different than the pluralistic society in Pennsylvania and Rhode Island. The same with Congregationalist Massachusetts. And over time, the First Amendment, and as well as in state efforts, the United States had resolved that issue by disestablishing, moving and separating the role of the state in having direct control, direct support of state churches, that disestablishment era. It's from where we draw the language of the First Amendment, the Establishment Clause, along with the Free Exercise Clause, these two twin principles of our religious freedom tradition. On the one hand, not elevating and enshrining a church, favoring one religion. On the other hand, not prohibiting or disfavoring other religions. And so that era is one that is going to be that's going to be part of the history for deciding this case. We heard some of that described this morning. Another period of our history that is significant is the 19th century, and some of the changes that were happening with immigration and the makeup of the country and some of the conflict that led to in school systems. In the beginning of our nation's history, of course, we've described this disestablishment, but that did not mean disestablishment of religion from schools. And for the early history of the United States, there was a tremendous, something that would be entirely unfamiliar to us in our day, tremendous cooperation, influence, integration, state funding of religious schools, and throughout many of our states, and they were predominantly of a Protestant tradition. There were variations, obviously, in those different Protestant denominations, but it was primarily Protestant. Then with the influx in the 19th century of Italian and Irish immigration, there became a rising tide of some nativist discrimination against Catholics. For a country that had a strong national origin identity, of a Protestant identity, Catholic communities and Catholic influence could be viewed as a challenge. We heard that described this morning with respect to concerns over papal infallibility, etc., and some of the conflicts between Protestants and Catholics. And so in the 19th century, we saw in the mid-19th century movements to try to prevent any kind of support for Catholic schools. Rather than being so blunt in saying that there's going to be the exclusion of Catholic schools, these schools were described as sectarian. But it was not Protestant sects that were of concern at the time to those making legislation. It was targeted fairly specifically to Catholic schools that existed outside of some of the public school systems that were predominantly Catholic. And so there were a number of amendments. There was an attempt to amend the federal constitution, referred to as the Blaine Amendment. It was ultimately unsuccessful in an attempt to ensure that there would be no sectarian aid to schools. But what was successful were statewide movements that many of our constitutions, state constitutions across the country, still have remnants of, or even direct and exact language from this period of time that prohibits any kind of aid to any sectarian school. It's the same here in Utah. Ours is, of course, not tied to a Catholic tradition, but to Latter-day Saint schools in the early history of Utah, and of concern and fears about Latter-day Saint influence in education, and so a requirement in our Constitution of no aid to religious schools, and that our school system would not be sectarian. And so those are two of these elements that are going to be colliding now in this Supreme Court case. The third time period I'd like to mention to frame some of our discussion of what is happening is the modern era, and I'm going to describe this as mid-20th century until now. What we saw after World War II was a steady stream of Supreme Court cases, not in every case, but certainly as a general movement that viewed any type of religious activity within the school system to be an establishment of religion, not a particular religion. These were often neutral. They were non-denominational. Most of these cases are fought in prayer in public schools. But for anybody, which would be most of us here growing up from that time period, there's a sentiment, there's a feeling that you don't have any religion in public schools. So pervasive, so strong is this trend. I'll just give two examples. One is anecdotal. Another would be how extreme that this push would have been. Was that there was a time even when there was a question whether or not the recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance and saying the words "under God" might be considered an establishment of religion. That was a potential threat at one point, that courts might be ruling that there would be a Supreme Court decision that would suggest that even the words "under God," as students might be an establishment of religion. Anecdotally, I'll just share that as a teacher of American heritage here at Utah Valley University, I tell my students on the first day, I cannot teach the history of the United States of America without teaching about religious influence on the United States of America. I cannot do that and be true to the history of the United States. And so over the dinner table one night when I was describing some subject of class and it had religious influence in describing the events of our great history, my daughter says, "Dad," she's a teenage, she's 14 years old, "Dad, can you teach that at a state school? Can you teach that at Utah Valley University?" I said, "Yes, I can. It's our history and I can teach it." But that's the kind of sentiment that for many years, decades now, people of faith have had a feeling that in the public schools, in our public life, that any kind of mention, and it's not the law, the Supreme Court doesn't prohibit that, but the way in which the Supreme Court cases marched during that time period, and the way in which just generally that's interpreted is that we have lived in an era where there's been a belief that you can't touch religion, that inseparable wall between church and state is an impenetrable wall. And now we're in an era where there is a new perspective because of the makeup of the members of the Supreme Court that we're now entering into a fourth period, at least in how I've sketched it out, but many different other periods as well. But this is certainly a new period of how our constitutional system is going to be ordered with respect to how it views church and state issues. We will have to see how this case is determined by the Supreme Court, but there's no question we are in a new and a different era.
Thank you, by the way, for it's a treat to be on the panel with each of you who are so accomplished, and I represent the underachiever category, but I love to be here. I also, just if you don't mind, I'm just so grateful to the presentations have been superb so far. I feel like when my kids were little, I remember reading something that said, even if your children can't pick up a book and understand everything it says, it doesn't mean they're not getting something. So read a couple of years or grade levels ahead, and I feel like I'm the person listening and thinking, wow, I don't know exactly what this is, but it sounds really fascinating. And I'm always grateful. The center is amazing, and really the work it does is remarkable. Well, I wanted to maybe just give you kind of a description of the case that we're talking about. Some of you probably know a lot about it, but maybe others don't. And I'm Aaron and Mike, feel free to, if I'm missing a point that you think is significant to mention. So, yeah, of course.
Because I meant to ask this, just by a show of hands, the case, I hate the microphone, but yes. So just by show of hands, because I meant to ask this at the beginning so the panelists would have an idea of how deep they should go. Just by show of hands, how many of you would consider yourself familiar with the St. Isidore versus Drummond case that's pending before the Supreme Court? Okay, there's your audience.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's helpful. Well, so obviously, this is so painful for lawyers to try and simplify things. But like many states, Oklahoma has a charter school program where they can designate schools that are created by private entities, sometimes parent groups or a university can have a charter school, and those charter schools are then designated by the state. Everything I say is subject to somebody challenging it, but just go with me for a while. It's designated by the state as public schools, and so then admission to those schools would be free, like attending any other public school would be, as opposed to a private school where there might be tuition requirements, or there would be tuition requirements. And that's been a very successful, I think, most people in the education world would say that's been a successful experiment. It's been very positive and given parents some more options that they would otherwise not have because maybe they don't financially have the capacity to go to a private school. So Oklahoma has a charter school board that approves applications for schools that have been created by these outside entities, and then they're asking for designation as a charter school, to be a public school in the state. And there's a lot of interesting regulations about this. One of the things it strikes me as being somewhat important is that the normal laws that would apply in a public school setting, like requirements about curriculum, and do not apply in charter schools. So even though they're treated as public schools, if there are some things that parents are uncomfortable with their kids hearing in a public school setting, a charter school could provide that option for them to do that. So recently, it's an archdiocese school that was created by an archdiocese a Catholic archdiocese in Oklahoma, offered to become a charter school or ask for designation as a charter school. And in the normal application process, this charter would have to agree that it would not teach any kind of religious topics or what you would kind of expect in a public school setting based on what Mike described. But in that process of I guess negotiating, the state said, well, we won't hold you to that requirement. The school said, we will teach doctrinal topics. We'll bring the teachings of the Catholic Church into our curriculum. And the charter school board said, that's fine, you can go ahead and do that. And so that law was, designation was made, and the state attorney general felt concerned. He felt like, well, this goes against the principles, again, that Mike described well, about separation, that this is sort of, enmeshing is the word that they use in the case, the public school system with a sectarian school. As they would have described it. And so of course, a lawsuit developed. And so the Drummond that's in the title is the Attorney General, who brought a lawsuit to challenge the designation of the Oklahoma. Well, there's sort of two cases going on, but they were at this point they're being treated as one by the Supreme Court. And so the question the court is let me take a step back. So the Oklahoma Supreme Court ruled against the school and said, kind of again, summarizing probably maybe making this too simple, but first, that by designating a religious school as a public school, the state has made them a state actor, and that means that therefore everything they do sort of reflects state endorsement, and of course then that raises the concern, wow, so does that mean the state is, by treating them as a state actor, endorsing religion, specifically the Catholic Church, because of that will be the teachings of the school. And then, let's I may just leave it at that. There was more than one ruling, but I think that's probably the one that's significant here. And they also talked about this. They borrowed an idea from one of our U.S. courts of appeals, or the Fourth Circuit, called enmeshment. That there would be too much enmeshment between the. Maybe my tone is giving you a sense that it's not very convincing to me, but that the state and religion would get too enmeshed together. Good luck finding that in the Constitution, but that's that word is the word they chose, and so that's the Oklahoma Supreme Court felt that those things that was the case over a dissent, and that's what precipitated the school and the charter school board to go to the U.S. Supreme Court and ask for a petition for them to review that decision. And the court the courts decided that they accepted that case, they granted cert, and decided they would address two questions. The first is there a constitutional problem with the charter school board designating any other organization as a public charter school, but not allowing for a religion one. So the way to think of this is, are they discriminating against religious organizations that might be charter schools or not? So that's one question. And then the other question, somewhat related to that, I'm kind of. The other thing that's raised by that is there something in the way that the state of Oklahoma wants to approach questions of establishment that could just, even if they are, say, discriminating or treating religious schools differently, can they do that? I mean, is there, does the state of Oklahoma have a right to ask for more of the schools than just the normal establishment principles, which if we want later, we can maybe talk a little bit about. Now, as you think about the significance, and Joe asked me at lunch, why would the Supreme Court take a case like this? Well, there's different ways of thinking about why the court might have wanted to address the case. One is a very recent history. Over the last couple of years, there have been a number of important U.S. Supreme Court cases arising out of the kind of this general school choice movement that involve religious schools. And they begin with a case called Trinity Lutheran, and then Espinoza and Macon. In those three cases, again, dramatically simplifying, the U.S. Supreme Court has said if a program offered by the state is available to everyone, religious organizations or people of faith can't be excluded from the benefits of that organization solely because they're religious. And in Trinity Lutheran, the facts aren't that helpful for this case, but in Espinoza and Macon, what happened is the state would give scholarships to students to use in private schools in the Macon case, because there weren't other public schools like literally in the vicinity, so they had to go somewhere. And then in Espinoza, it was just a more general scholarship program. And in both cases, the U.S. Supreme Court said, no, the states cannot exclude religious schools from this. But okay, so one way of seeing this case is the natural extension. Okay, well, this is the next situation. Well, if you can't tell parents they can't use their scholarship money at a religious school, then maybe you can't tell a religious school they can't be a charter school. That's one way of thinking about it. Another way of thinking about this, though, is there are some other cases and approaches that perhaps cut a different way. There's a case called Locke versus Davey from the I think early 2000s. Did you look at that? We talked about this last night and I forgot. I think it's 2005. But and in Locke versus Davey, there was a Washington scholarship program that was given to students and they could use to pay for college. And a student wanted to use this to go to a ministerial college. So his expectation was he would be an ordained minister at the end. The state of Washington said, no, you can't use it there. And in a divided opinion, the Supreme Court said, hey, usually, state scholarship money going to private schools is not necessarily a problem. But in this case, the state's concerned about it. They're concerned about being too close to religion. And so we're going to allow them to do that. So you could see this as a case to try and address that question and perhaps see an application of that principle that there could be, that a state at least, or let me put it this way, the federal courts may need to defer to the state's decisions about how close they want to be to interacting with religion in a kind of a formal way, if that makes sense. I think that's another way of thinking about this case.
Bill, let's do this because I don't want, no, it's not going too long, but I'd like to get Erin's perspective because she was at the AG's office in Oklahoma, Department of Education, and then let's get into some of the specific questions about the legal issues involved in this case.
Sure. So I guess, I think Bill did a great job of covering a lot of the legal background. So he talked about those three cases, Trinity Lutheran, Espinoza, and Carson versus Macon. In this case, we've, started referring to those cases as the free exercise trilogy, just to kind of shorten it up so we don't have to list all three every single time. And it's interesting that you said that Trinity Lutheran isn't that helpful because that's kind of what the Oklahoma Supreme Court said during oral argument, right? The Trinity Lutheran case is about this benefit to help make playgrounds safer. They were going to grind up used and old tires that couldn't be used anymore to form the play surface. And then they told Trinity Lutheran, you can't have any of these tires. And so the United States Supreme Court said, well, that's a generally available public benefit. You can't exclude religious institutions from that just because they're religious. And the Oklahoma Supreme Court, one of the justices during oral argument said, well, this case isn't about tires, so that doesn't matter. But the principle still stands, right? And so in light of those three cases, the Archdiocese of Oklahoma City and the Diocese of Tulsa decided to apply to have a charter school with the Oklahoma Charter School Board. This charter school is a virtual charter school, and so it's different than a brick and mortar. It would provide, virtual education to students across the state of Oklahoma. Oklahoma is largely a rural state, and so it's very sporadically populated. And the Archdiocese and Diocese saw a need for, we want to be able to provide a quality Catholic education for free to students that don't have access to that type of education in their communities. And so they, ask the charter school board, then turns around and asks the current Attorney General at the time, whose name is John O'Connor, can we do this? Because we see that the Charter School Act says we can't have sectarian charter schools. We see the Oklahoma Constitution has a no-aid provision that many refer to as a Blaine Amendment, because that's what it is. And the Attorney General said, well, in light of these 3 cases that the Supreme Court has said, yeah, it's not valid that this law would preclude St. Isidore from being a charter school. So yeah, go ahead. This is totally legal. Then in 2022, there was an Attorney General election. Gettner Drummond became the Attorney General of Oklahoma and immediately pulled that Attorney General opinion and said, I'm withdrawing this opinion. Hey, Charter School Board, you can't do this anymore. You need to rescind the contract that you have with St. Isidore. Well, the board ignored him and went ahead on the opinion of an advice from the prior Attorney General, decided to go ahead and keep the contract, and they were going to start the school, and that's when the Attorney General brought an original action in the Oklahoma Supreme Court challenging the validity of that contract and whether it violated the Oklahoma Constitution, the Charter School Act, and the United States Constitution. And so then that's where we find ourselves in this case by way of, background and what was going on at the time.
I appreciate that. Let me ask this question, and Mike, I'll ask this to you if that's okay. I used to serve on the State Charter School Board here in Utah, and we get applications for a school that's going to focus on sustainability. We get an application of a school that's going to focus on sports as their charter, some on academics, some on music. And so if I understand this correctly, there's a school that applied to the Oklahoma Charter School Board and said, our focus is on the Catholic faith. If that were to have happened even here in Utah and the LDS Church were to come and say, we want to open a charter school based on our faith, based on my understanding of the law, I don't think that would have gained much traction. So what basis did this charter applicant use to say, you should grant this? Was it these trilogy of cases? Was it the shift that you were talking about in maybe this new era that we're in? That's either some very creative lawyering or a lot of moxie, maybe a combination of both. But what caused that to take place?
I think it is a convergence of what's happening in dynamics in our society and with the law that have created conditions where for some people, let's just be blunt. For some people for some are going to hear, wait, a school, a school that's going to be paid for by the state could be a religious school, and that's going to sound, from a certain perspective, that's going to sound crazy. From the other perspective, for someone, for religious communities or religious believers who have felt for decades that they have been excluded from the public space, have been unwelcome in public schools, who have looked to the school choice movement, not only because of the economic reasons that Bill mentioned, but because of the values and the ethics and the reasons why they want their children in private school, or they want their children in homeschool, or they want their children in a charter school that's controlled by a private board of citizens that might be more aligned with their general values as opposed to the State Board of Education. It's a breath of fresh air. And so we're seeing a lot that's going on in the dynamics of American politics and our legal development that are creating conditions here for something that is a sea change potentially. And I think maybe a helpful framing for this is to look just briefly at what's clearly what's clearly an establishment and of religion in schools, what's clearly not under our current Supreme Court case law over the last several years, and then look at why this is just right down the middle of that and very, very hard to peg one way or the other. It's very clear that if the Utah legislature right now, as they're meeting, they decided, hey, we're gonna commission a new public school that's gonna be or we're gonna have a Catholic school and a Latter-day Saint school, and we're gonna pick the top religions in the state by demographics, and we're gonna open up schools for the top 5 religious demographics, and we're gonna that would be an establishment of religion. Everybody across the spectrum would agree that's an establishment of religion. You're creating a religious school. There's been public state discussion of it. It's not it's just public access. It's a state school. Now, on the other hand, and for a while, that's what, since the mid-19th century, with common public schools, that's been the state-directed way in which schooling has happened, for a number of reasons, one of them being that trend that I described, and of a hostility towards religion, as well as economic factors that Bill have mentioned. There's been this movement that has looked for choice in schools, and that now has this charter school system that is not one dominant at the top saying this is what the schools are going to be. It's people applying, saying, hey, can we do this? Can we take it this direction? Which is why when Joe asked the question and says, well, this school has this focus, and it's going to be a sport focus. This is going to be an economic focus. This is going to be a focus on the American founding. Well, is it that outside of the realm of our discussion to say, well, this school is going to have a religious focus? It looks like one of many different flavors that is coming and asking to be like any other, which is why a Supreme Court that has been, in recent years, has been disposed to free exercise concerns and has seen in cases of playground, playground surfacing that you're not going to, under the old regime, it's like, oh, wait a second. Does a penny go to a religious school? I don't care if it's for asphalt. I don't care what it's for. There's no way we're allowing any penny to ever find its way to a religious school. That's out. Supreme Court now says, wait a second. If there are other schools that can receive money for asphalt, why can't a religious school receive money for an asphalt playground? And so that's one side. Now we're in the middle of it where it's, okay, the charter school creates a school. And so it is not it's not for the playground. It's right in the middle of this. It's right here because you're not top down saying this is a religious school, but you are a board that's saying, well, we're going to create a school, and so you're right in the middle of this. And from either viewpoint, you can have a basis to say, from your interpretation, why that is either a good idea or a bad idea.
Mike has actually argued cases before the Supreme Court. So I've got to be very careful on how I interject my questions. But anyway.
Haven't argued for the Supreme Court, have just filed briefs with the Supreme Court.
But still, very impressive. Aaron, let me ask you this, because it's one thing to say we're going to give religious school money so they can put recycled tires on the ground. Isn't it a much different argument to say we're now going to give a religious entity money so they have the funds to teach their faith-based perspective? Because that's where we're at now, right? We went from, hey, this school can receive money so they can put recycled tires on their playground, to saying that same entity can now receive funds, and those funds can be used to teach the Catholic faith. They can be used to teach the LDS faith or the Muslim faith or the Jewish faith. And my next question is going to be to you, Bill, and it's like, well, what happens when the Church of Satan or the church, whatever you want to pick, they're going to show up and say, we want funds? But Aaron, let's start with you. Like, is the leap too big to go from recycled tires to now pay for us to teach kids our faith?
No, I don't. I mean, I don't think the leap is that big at all. I think it goes back to those general principles of, it's a generally available public benefit. So they're allowing all of these other private entities to apply to be a charter school. There are Native American charter schools. There are French immersion charter schools. I think, we start seeing that the Charter School Act was passed in Oklahoma to allow for innovative teaching methods, new and different ways to teach children to help cater to what parents wanted and what parents knew their kids needed. And so this is just another one of those options. And so, when you're thinking about the progression from Trinity Lutheran to Espinoza to Carson, I think that this case might actually be easier than Carson, because in Carson, there was no public school to go to. The parents had to choose. They only had the private school to go to in that area because Maine was so rural. And here, there are public schools scattered across Oklahoma. Like, they're not taking the charter school board existence and St. Isidore being a school is not taking away the option for parents to put their children in free public education run by the state. But these charter schools are independently operated by, in this case, St. Isidore, thus the Archdiocese of Oklahoma City and the Diocese of Tulsa.
Aaron, let me just ask you a follow-up. Is the argument then, because the parent is the one deciding where those funds are going to be spent? Last year, Utah, the legislature passed the Utah Fits All Scholarship. And one of the concerns was, well, a scholarship recipient could take that money and use it to pay for a private religious school. And the counter narrative seemed to be, it's not the state telling the student to go to that religious school, therefore there is no violation of this perceived separation of church and state. Is that similar to the argument being made in St. Isidore?
I think that is, that's a pretty key factor, right? No one's being forced to attend a religious charter school. That was never the mission of St. Isidore. That's not what they want. And so that is one of their arguments, is that this is wholly voluntary. And not to steal, your thunder bill at all or anything, but the next question, it kind of leads into that next question. Okay, what if the Church of Satan wants to start a charter school, a religious charter school in Oklahoma? What if, the Islamic faith wants to start a school that teaches Sharia law? I mean, there are all sorts of questions about the legality of what, if there are mandates in a religion that would be contrary to what the law allows in the United States of America. There are questions about that. And it's really just this slippery slope argument that the Attorney General is trying to make. I think in order to scare people from, thinking actually about their rights and their religious liberty rights. But what it comes down to is the money in Oklahoma, we are now an open enrollment state, pretty recently, within probably the last 5 years. The money follows the kid. So if you're going to enroll your kid in a specific school, then the money follows them. If there's not enough kids enrolled in one of these charter schools, the charter school won't exist. And so I think that is an important detail and fact that the court will need to consider is the voluntariness and the way that the money is being dispersed to these charter schools.
Let me follow up on that line of thinking. So if there is a school, and I understand the school can't teach things that are actively promoting things that are contrary to our laws, right? Or engage in activity in the school, religious or not. But what if there's a school that is based on the principles of polygamy? And they're not advocating for it, they're not encouraging people, but founded by polygamists, they promote that arrangement. If the Supreme Court says yes, religious institutions can open their own charter school, the state has to fund them just like they would anyone else, is there a limiting factor? Could that school that is actively promoting polygamy receive taxpayer-funded funds?
I think Aaron's answer is probably the right one on this. It is not probably is the right answer on this one. If they're teaching something that's illegal and they're encouraging students to engage in illegal behavior, certainly that would be a limit on what they could do. But the general question of if we allow a Catholic church to start a charter school, do we have to allow a Muslim school? Yeah, of course we do. That's That's the First Amendment. And that, it's good to think about this, I think, in the way that probably I think many of the Catholic parents who are interested in this charter school are thinking of, and that is, if I wanted my child to go to French immersion school, I could do that. I could make that choice. And if I wanted to send them to a school where, the focus was on entrepreneurship, I could do that. But the choice I want to make is for them to go to a Catholic school, and I can't make that choice. And so I think that's an important framing. And the dissent in the Oklahoma Supreme Court case really drilled in on that idea. And the way she described it, which was pretty convincing to me, was that the state is essentially contracting with these charter schools to provide help. And that happens all the time. If you have like Catholic Immigration Services, and there's some things the state can't do itself, but knows that they can do it, then they work with them to do that. And to exclude a religious school solely on the basis of religion, that's problematic. So, in a way, this strikes me in many ways as being a relatively easy case, except for what Mike described, which is this establishment clause sort of ghoul that's sort of how do we square this with the way that the court has looked at the establishment clause all these years? And that's what makes us, I think, worried. Okay, well, if there's an establishment clause, then we don't have to ask these hard questions about what about that church with kind of beliefs that I feel are really out there. Then we can say, well, we just won't support any of them, and so we don't have to answer that question. But I think the Supreme Court has done us a great disservice in the way it's handled the Establishment Clause, and that may be one of the reasons the Supreme Court needs to take this case to settle some of those questions.
Mike, I want to ask you one final question, and then we'll turn some time over to the audience. Do we have time for that, Matt? Okay. So if you have questions, think about those, and you'll just come up, use the mic, or we'll run it out to you. But let's talk about this legal concept of state actor. If you could explain that to myself and the audience, because that seems to be a very, I don't know, is it a persuasive argument to say by giving this religious entity state funds, they really become an extension of the state? Is that a legitimate argument? Is that a persuasive argument?
Well, I think in that general sense of just any giving of money, any giving of money, that no, that's not sufficient. I think that's some of the concerns that you're seeing from people concerned with the Oklahoma Supreme Court's decision, is that it could interfere with a whole host of issues that Bill just brought up, for instance, with orphanages or other charitable services that the state contracts with and spends money to, where I think that the argument over whether or not the school is a state actor, what that comes down to is first of all, the distinction that would be drawn is that this is complete funding. This isn't just paving the playground. It isn't just tuition assistance of certain students that go to the school. It isn't just some donations or grants that are made to an orphanage. It is the entire funding, first of all, so it's complete funding. So that's something that makes this issue difficult. The second thing that makes it difficult from the state actor perspective of trying to determine this is that, unlike the other cases that we've described where it's this general applicability and not discriminating against, in those cases there's already an entity created that is asking for that's applying for the generally available funds, whether it's the playground funds, whether or not it's a student that's deciding to go in. In this case, you're actually the state is creating the school. The state creates the charter school. A private entity applies for it, but it's not and this may vary from state to state. The way that it comes in Oklahoma is that a private entity is essentially a sponsor, but it is not actually a school that is already formed. It comes as an entity, as an applicant that, in some respects forms the nucleus of it, and the state then creates the school. That's going to be the argument from Oklahoma's point of view of why this is going to be a state actor. Potentially, one of the arguments they could make is that you are, by granting the charter, that's when the school is created. And so that is the state action. And the reason why the state action is so important, this case could be decided a number of ways. If it is a state actor, then you are subject to the the Bill of Rights. So the way these cases have actually developed have not been around religious schools. These cases, the law that the Supreme Court's going to be looking on this issue of state actor have actually developed over things like search and seizure, whether or not a school student at a charter school has the Fourth Amendment protection against search and seizure. And some states, I believe this is accurate with California, in the way in which one of these cases came out, they decided to assert more control over their charter school system, to remove kind of private boards and to assert control over it because of a desire to have the Bill of Rights applied and incorporated against these schools so that students would have, say, a Fourth Amendment right against search and seizure. You could see, depending on how this is decided by the Supreme Court, you could see with our federalist system, you could see some states choosing their charter schools to be state actors and some trying to run away from being state actors so that they are not so that they are free, if they desire in their politics, to choose to have charter schools that are religious schools. So you could see red and blue states or other divisions among states of some choosing, hey, we're afraid of having religious schools. We're going to make sure that our charter schools are state actors. They are run by the state. We've got more control over it to make sure that it's clear so that there's not an issue that any of these charter schools that apply are going to be religious. On the other hand, you could see states take the opposite view and say, we're going to make sure they are not state actors, that it is entirely private, and really try to divest the state from it so that there's the potential for religious schools to be charter schools. It's a new era, and this case could certainly change the landscape in ways that would be felt for decades.
Thank you. I see we have someone with a microphone. Are there any questions from the audience?
This has been fantastic. Thank you all for joining us and for giving us such an insightful discussion of the issues involved in the context. I have a question about this because we've been talking about the provision of funds to the school, but something that often follows state funding is state control. So there's not a state private school board that oversees the private schools in the state. There's a state charter school board. So I'm curious, and maybe this is sort of a fact specific. That's actually helpful to me, Mike, that you pointing out that this could be a variation across states depending on just how at arm's length they hold their charter schools. But I'm curious, maybe specifically in the Oklahoma case and then maybe more broadly, would the state then have a more extensive control over the curriculum, including presumably the religious elements of the curriculum, than they would over the school if it was a private school rather than a state charter?
Anyone want to pick that up? Bill?
I can address it. Sure. It is very fact specific. In fact, the funding question is not as simple as it initially seems, I think, to most people, because the St. Israel will actually be picking up a lot of costs, like for teacher pensions and things like that. And so the way that Aaron described it, where that money that they're giving, if a student decides, I want to enroll in the charter school, the Catholic charter school, then they get this. The school will get the money that student would get just kind of for fulfilling a seat in the public schools, and then any additional things that are needed to, say, teach religion or whatever else would come from private parties. And so it is going to be very specific from state to state. In this particular case, the state is relatively hands-off in terms of, they don't say that they will, impose. Some states actually impose on even private schools what they teach related, like health education, for instance. But I think you would see some variation among states on that question. We kind of famously think of Chief Justice Roberts as being careful about, trying not to make massive changes. And the fact-specific nature of this case might really turn out to be dispositive of the decision. In this case, maybe, given all of those things, and there's not the concerns with state control. But the state control concerns really can be important in a different way too. And I know this was brought up by the dissent in the Oklahoma Supreme Court case, that if we say that because something is designated as being an official contractor with the state, Does that mean that everybody who's regulated by the state? So the example that immediately springs to my mind is lots of people are you given like a license by the state for to practice psychiatry and these other things. Do they become state actors by that? Well, we don't think so. Typically, we don't think so. But you're raising exactly the right question. But would that change? And if we say it's okay for a state to impose conditions on on a charter school that's otherwise private, do we then say it's okay for the state to impose impose other substantive regulations on the practice of psychiatry or marriage and family therapy or different things? So I think that's exactly a critical question.
Maybe I'll answer the question from a policy perspective of certainly a concern that religious schools might have with how things could change quickly. Let's say that charter schools can be religious schools, and all of a sudden your private religious schools are under pressure competition-wise and move into the charter school space because there's going to be pressure to be charging tuition when another school that is ostensibly a religious school, similar to your religious school, is not charging tuition. So you have potentially over a couple of decades, you have essentially an erasure of religious private schools that all become religious charter schools. Well, then what happens when politics change? And all of a sudden, whether it's a change at the Supreme Court, a change in national politics, change in state politics, and you have more assertion of control, the kinds of conflicts that can, of course, immediately come up for a religious school over issues of how sexual morality or sexual politics are taught in the schools, issues over diversity, equity, and inclusion. All of these are issues that can be confronted, and then you have a charter school that is receiving funds from the state. It has a religious mission, but it has some level of regulation or tie to the state, and it creates, obviously, challenges. We brought up earlier the issue of what was Aaron had described as a slippery slope of what might be considered less estimable religions, or at least concerns for particular religions and what they might teach, or certain doctrines they might teach. There's also another there's another difficulty here in the exclusion of those. So if, and there's questions about it from a free exercise perspective, it's going to be, well, you can't exclude those schools. Then there are problems with concerns with schools are excluded, but it's not expressly on that basis. Nobody knows why the Islamic school, charter school, was turned down. Oh, it was, we didn't think that you were qualified enough, and et cetera, et cetera. But wait a second. Then we go in and we dig in the charter school board, and he had one member of the charter board had anti-Islamic statements that he'd made on his Facebook post. And so then there's these questions, and the reality is that religion is, in some respects, it is different. And the government getting into deciding which of the religious schools it's going to favor with charter school status and which it isn't is more complex than the government deciding which sport or which economic interest or which business interest or which flavor of its deciding in American history, because it is religion, and we have a First Amendment that says that there is neither an establishment nor a free exercise of religion, and we're generally uncomfortable with government making judgments about religion one way or the other at all. That's, in some respects, why we saw such an extreme, although in my opinion, unbalanced pressure for many years that have excluded kind of religious discussion. There has to be a way to have plurality, have a vibrant religious community, what George Washington and John Adams envisioned as the necessary supports for our republic of religion and morality, and having this in a way that allows for a vibrancy without the government interfering and excluding one hand or the other, and without such resistance that we can't have any religion at all. It's not easy, and that's what we're going to see with the Supreme Court case. This is not going to be an easy case to address.
They say that only the hard cases make it to the Supreme Court, right? The easy ones, they get settled by the lower courts. Our time is up, but I just want to, we ran this through AI, and I said, knowing everything AI knows about every justice on the Supreme Court, and AI knowing everything you know about this case, its history, what is your prediction on when does the decision come out? Before June 30th? Is that this summer? What do you think, AI, the decision will be? And it had an analysis behind this number, but to the extent AI is right about anything, AI came out and said they foresee a 6-3 decision in favor of St. Isidore. I sent all that data to each of the panelists, and because time is short, we'll start with Aaron, but if you could just give us a very brief, do you see things the same way? Why or why not? And again, maybe try to keep it 2 minutes. Thank you.
Sure. So you want me to just like 2 words or 2 minutes?
2 minutes. Let's do 2 minutes.
Sure. So I read through the answer from AI, and I use ChatGPT in my everyday life, so I tend to agree usually with it. But yeah, no, reading through it, I think that generally speaking, it's correct. I think, Chief Justice John Roberts has wrote the 3 opinions in the 3 free exercise cases that we've seen about, generally available public benefits. And so I could see him, I agree that I could see him authoring the opinion. I don't know about the number, because we're not so sure about Justice Barrett and whether or not she will play a role. She recused herself from the decision of whether or not to grant cert, but then we haven't really seen anything about that or why she did that. Maybe presumably because one of the parties is represented by the Notre Dame Religious Liberty Clinic, and maybe there's some personal ties there that we're unaware of. But anyway, that being said, I agree. I don't think St. Isidore is a state actor, and so I don't foresee any issues with that. And thus, even if we're talking this, even if the court says, okay, yeah, maybe state actor, maybe not, they start to fall in the middle, they're not really sure. I think the court recently has said, and most recently in Kennedy versus Bremerton, starting to clear up their establishment clause jurisprudence that's been so confusing and messy and not super clear about what's allowed and what's not allowed. Just saying, we can't use the establishment clause as a weapon against the free exercise clause. And a lot of what the Oklahoma Supreme Court, it looked like they were doing throughout their opinion, was building up the establishment clause to knock down the free exercise clause. And in fact, they almost end the opinion by saying, even if St. Isidore had free exercise rights, the establishment clause wins and would defeat the free exercise clause, which the court's been pretty clear recently that you can't use the establishment clause to beat the free exercise clause because they have to be read in harmony. They're a part of the same phrase. So I think I tend to agree generally. Some of the details I'm not so sure, but that's my answer.
Mike, you referenced this earlier. It's not like there is a yes, you win, no, you lose. There's a multitude of possibilities, but your thoughts on the AI analysis?
Well, I think as Aaron mentioned, we don't, it seems likely that Justice Barrett's not going to participate in the decision, so we're down to 8 justices. A Supreme Court decision depends on those 8 justices and how they decide. I think AI has a pretty safe bet that there are at least 3 justices that are going to affirm the decision of the Oklahoma Supreme Court, are not going to be in favor of the creation of a religious charter school. I think that's very safe right there. You've got 3 votes that are absolutely that way. I think it's probably a pretty safe bet you have 4 votes on the other side that are for reversal and that are going to see this as a similar progression from the three cases, the free exercise cases that we've been talking about, and see it as simply another step, maybe a bigger step. I mean, it is obviously a bigger step. I think from their perspective, whether or not it's little or big, hard to say, but I think it's probably a safe bet. You're going to have 4 justices that are absolutely in line with seeing this as another incremental step in this kind of diversity and treating religion like other elements of our society and our educational system. And I don't think any AI machine is equipped to say the mind of Chief Justice John Roberts. I think trying to predict how the Chief Justice will see this is very difficult. The one prediction I would make with respect to the Chief Justice is that if he does side with the other conservative justices, he will desire to write the opinion himself. He's written the previous opinions because, in my estimation, and the estimation of many others, he wants to keep things this would be sort of a conservative judicial philosophy, not conservative political philosophy, but conservative judicial philosophy, that you take small steps with the Supreme Court, and because of this case's potential to really to change the dynamics of our school systems and church-state relationships, there's no question that if Chief Justice sides with St. Isidore, that he's going to want it to be as narrow a change as possible. That much I think we could safely say, but whether or not which way he comes down, I'm not smart enough to know that.
Bill, why don't you give us the last word?
Well, I kind of feel tempted, for the sake of diversity, to say I think they're wrong, but I hope it's right. I hope that the state actor doctrine is repudiated in this particular case. I think it would be a bad result for the Constitution. What I do hope, though, is that the Supreme Court does do talks a little more about the Establishment Clause. This is an area where it's kind of been a history-free zone, but our Constitution needs history. It needs, sort of, to speak for the originalism community, it needs to look at what the text of the First Amendment says, which is that Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. So, that doesn't require this kind of bizarre thing where we have to decide is the state too close, not close enough, all of that. That needs to be repudiated. And so, well, I think it does. I suspect the court won't, for the same reason you described. I don't support the court won't do that in this case, although we might get a great concurrence from Justice Thomas saying that. He said that before, and I think he's right. But so I don't know. Every prediction I've ever made about Supreme Court cases has been terribly wrong, and the one I spent the most time on and filed many briefs in, we got a decision that was entirely unrelated to the issue. So I won't make a prediction. That's how I'll be different from everyone else.
Just thank the panel with a round of applause. And again, thank you to UVU and the Center for Constitutional Studies.
Thank you, Joe. I'm really grateful to all 4 of you for helping us understand what's shaping up to be a very complex case, and one that, delightfully, for someone like the Center for Constitutional Studies, at least confounds some of our priors, right? Leaves religious believers and devout people and folks who are attached to religious education thinking, boy, is this a Trojan horse? I'm going to take the state's money and take the state policy with it, so it's really helpful to find an angle on this issue that involves us in thinking through some of the trade-offs that are involved and thinking carefully about the structure of religious liberty in our community. So thank you all for doing that for us, and thank you for attending the conference today. This is our concluding session, but I'd urge you to check out some of the other things that the Center for Constitutional Studies offers. I've pointed out earlier in the day we have a podcast. The QR code pops up on these screens periodically, and you can find a link in our YouTube channel. This Constitution, it's a podcast for we the people about their Constitution. And we're doing our current season that's going to launch just next week. Season 2 is going to be on checks and balances, on the top of everybody's mind right now. And please do keep an eye on our events page. We offer things not just for the community and not just for students, but even to our littlest citizens. Our Learners with Littles program invites parents with small children in. to do things like this. Our Visible Hand program is serving the business community with civic education, nonpartisan civic education. And so we want to be a breath of fresh air helping promote constitutional literacy, civic discourse in our community. So thank you for being a part of that, and I hope to see you again. How large, I don't know as much about the state school board as I should.
Yeah.
How large is the state school board?
We divide the state into 15 geographic areas, each having